either domestic financial investors or foreign financial investors?
Yes. Actually, there has been a fair degree of interest, particularly from international investors.
By when can we expect closure, some sort of an announcement as far as this financial package is concerned? Ma'am, where are things currently stuck?
Well, I won't be able to put a definite time frame to it because, as you know, a lot of discussions have to go on. There's a lot of restructuring that has to be done. But, within the next 2 months is what we are hoping.
Okay, within the next 2 months, you believe that you will be able to unveil this financial package for the steel sector?
We'll be able to have at least a broad agreement on the contours of the package.
Okay, that's the first big headline coming in from the Infra Ministerial. I'll come back to you and take that forward in just a second. But Mr. J.S. Deepak, the Telecom Secretary, let me ask you, sir, Mr. Das and his team tried to intimidate you by putting a 98,000 crore rupee number under your head in the budget. Is it really realizable? Because if I were to look at the numbers, FY16, much lower than what is the budget estimate today. I understand that some of it is going to be on account of the 3G auctions. At this reserve price, nobody seems to be interested in the auction, sir.
Before my colleague replies, I think in your first event, this CNBC Live Mint, post-budget on 1st March, I had explained this very extensively.
Yes.
Unless you want to start some kind of a debate here, I really don't know why you are asking this question.
At the Infra Ministerial, it's always good to get an inter-ministerial debate going, sir.
Now it's your call, Deepak.
Yeah, let me start by saying that the telecom industry has for a very long time been saying that in India, there's fragmentation of spectrum, they do not have enough spectrum, and that's one of the major challenges for providing services and quality of services. The spectrum auctions, which will happen very soon, will, I think, put enough spectrum on the table that this problem should be sorted out once and for all.
Mm-hmm.
The spectrum shortage, which has plagued the Indian telecom sector, should be a thing of the past. And since we are putting in large volumes of very valuable spectrum in different bands, and all the bands from 700 to 2300, 2500 are going to be auctioned, so there's, I think, we are optimistic about the revenue potential of the auction.
But how optimistic can you be, sir? Because I'm going back again to the budget numbers. FY16 realized receipts of about 57,000 crore rupees. That was higher than the budgeted amount of about 42,000 crore rupees. And now you're budgeting almost 98,000 crore rupees, higher than 98,000 crore rupees. So, isn't this a gross overestimation of what you can actually deliver?
I'm not privy to how the figure of 99,000 crores comes about, but I do know that it includes license fees.
Yes.
And it includes installments of spectrum charges to be paid.
So the non-auction revenues are 40,000 crores and the rest is auctions.
It includes annual spectrum charges and it includes the upfront payments from the auction that we'll do this year.
So speaking of the auctions, and I'll toss it to Anil in a second after that question, is there room now for any sort of a review as far as the 700 megahertz pricing is concerned? The reserve price has been announced by the TRAI. I believe, and this is again speculation, that the DOT panel has found some discrepancies with the methodology of arriving at that pricing. Industry has already stated very clearly they're not interested at this price, but you're a veteran of several auctions, so you've probably heard that before as well. What is your own sense? Can we expect a review as far as the pricing is concerned?
The TRAI recommendations on reserve price for spectrum, you're aware of, comes out after detailed consultations, and it includes the input of TRAI, it includes the input of industry, it includes the input of academia and experts. The only major stakeholder whose inputs have not been taken in that consultation is the government. So we are looking at those recommendations, and we may have a few questions or a few points on which we may send a back reference to TRAI. That is still work in progress.
Okay. Anil?
Mr. Deepak, if I could just follow up on what Shireen was asking you. From where you sit, when you look at the sector, are you in these circumstances where a lot of these, again, these telecom companies are publicly complaining about the spectrum costs on their balance sheets? Are you looking at a consolidation in the telecom sector space from where you sit and Is there a policy perspective on this that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, the telecom sector, unlike many of the other infrastructure sector, is a private sector-driven sector. 90% of market is private. And we are all the time in consultation with the industry players. We understand their concerns, and we articulate them within government and at various levels. So that is the first part of it. As far as the actuals of policy making is concerned, I think we will come to a spectrum auction is a system which works. And the sector is characterized by competition. It is characterized by foreign investment. We get about $10 billion of investment plus the spectrum payments. And we expect that this will continue. And there will be, after the number of policy measures that have been announced in the recent past, mergers, spectrum trading, spectrum sharing, and all those kinds of things, which are good for the sector. Ultimately, I think all of us are on the same page when it comes to increasing efficiency of the sector, and that can happen through large chunks of spectrum, contiguously available, and to ensure that, we are already doing a number of reforms which should help more efficient utilization of spectrum.
Okay, I'll come back to you on some of those reforms in just a second, but let me go across to the NHAI Chairman, Mr. Chandra. Sir, the NHAI awarded projects amounting to about 42,800 crore rupees in February of FY16, so up until February this year. Give us a sense of what we can expect, and more than roads and highways, I think the interest that has, or the headline that's got everybody's attention are these pod taxis that you intend setting up in Gurgaon, the Metrino. If you can share some light on that as well, sir.
You know, there's a lot of action which we are planning on the highways front. There is a lot of expectation in terms of delivery of good quality roads. The NHAI is slowly transforming into an organization which is not just into construction but also into service delivery for the management of highways. And since you mentioned it specifically, you know, in terms of decongestion of Delhi and the surrounding areas, we have been contemplating a pilot project. Apart from the various junctions and interchanges that we've planned across the NH8 in Gurgaon, and even at Dhola Kuan, between Dhola Kuan and the cantonment, where people usually get stuck. One proposal which was pending was for a public rapid transport system. So this proposal has been there. We've looked at it closely. We've got a feasibility report analyzed, and therefore we are planning to do a pilot project over about 10 kilometers in Gurgaon, where the Chief Minister and the government of Haryana have offered to collaborate with us to undertake this. This will be like a sky cable train, which will have multiple pods, and about 105 such pods which will be working over a 10-kilometer stretch. And the cost of the ticket ideally should not be more than that of the equivalent metro. So
and what will be the cost of the Metrino project altogether?
Would be less than 1,000 crores, would be probably around 800 or this thing, but we are allowing multiple options to come forward, so this will be a global bid. And while we have a concept which is already on the anvil, we are asking private developers to come up with different ideas, if they have any, to undertake this in a better way, because it's under the principle of design, build, finance and operate. And we will only provide the facilitation. Everything else will be done by the private developer, and we're looking at a premium sharing or a revenue sharing arrangement.
So what's the broad timeline that we're looking at?
We're looking at doing this in about a year and a half.
In a year and a half. Okay, that's pretty ambitious, I have to say. But let me very quickly, before I move on to another issue, ask you as far as your fundraising plans are concerned, because the budget had estimated 15,000 crore rupees by way of bonds for the NHAI. Is that going to be enough? Are we expecting more? When can we see you hit the market?
Well, we need to plan that out, and but we would need to hit the market sometime around the middle of next year. But we have begun the planning already for that, because this year's budget, while it increases the overall outlay, does expect that we would be raising a large number of bonds. says 59,000 crores, and which is a huge number. That's because there are a lot of demands for a lot of other work. So we will be working on that in the days to come in a big way.
Okay. Let me, get each one of you to address an issue that often plagues the infrastructure sector, and that has to do with regulatory uncertainty. If you look at the Kelkar Committee's recommendations, and Mr. Das, let me start by asking you, they were asked to look at recommendations to revisit and revitalize the public-private partnership model. A whole bunch of recommendations have come in, including doing away with the one-size-fits-all model concession agreement, including focusing on specific areas of infrastructure for public-private partnership, easier exit, and so on and so forth, dispute resolution. How soon can we expect effective implementation of some of those recommendations, sir?
You see, the key aspects of the recommendations of the Kelkar Committee have been included in the budget speech, have been included as a part of the budget proposals. That is to issue guidelines for renegotiation of contracts and also for bringing in a bill for dispute resolution in PPP projects. Now, even before this announcement, during the last 1 year, the Highways Ministry, with cabinet approval, has already sorted out number of issues which were dogging this particular sector, by infusing equity or by bringing in mezzanine finance or by introducing hybrid PPP models. So a lot of steps have been taken to resolve the various kinds of disputes in the highways sector. But anyway, a lot needs to be done, and these two specific initiatives of issuance of guidelines for renegotiation of contracts and for bringing this new law for dispute resolution, that these two have been announced.
But dispute resolution bill, sir, can we expect it post-recess in the budget session of Parliament?
We are working on it. The bill, the draft is ready, and we are putting it into interministerial consultation very shortly. And it's our endeavor to introduce it in the second leg of the budget session, but let us see. We will have to get the comments from various ministries. In any case, the bill has been seen by the Ministry of Law, so it's in a very advanced stage. It's our endeavor to introduce it in the second leg of the budget session. Now, apart from that, the other recommendations which are there in the Kelkar Committee report, many of them are administrative decisions, administrative steps which have to be taken internally by the various ministries. These are by way of recommendations, suggestions. They do not really require any policy action, a general policy action on the part of the government. These aspects have been shared with the various ministries. Now, each infrastructure ministry or department is supposed to take a view and dovetail it into their specific sectoral requirement and take it forward.
Okay, so that's one of the other headlines emerging here, that we could see the dispute resolution bill being moved post-recess in the budget session itself. Mr. Deepak, yours is another sector that's been fraught with regulatory uncertainty. It's been weighed down by issues surrounding regulation as well. We have the latest in that sense, controversy now brewing on account of the special audit that the DOT has asked for of the private telcos. Do you once again feel that private sector investment is perhaps going to fall prey to the fact that regulatory uncertainty persists and may perhaps get worse?
I do agree with you that regulatory uncertainty can lead to increased business risk and perception of business risk. But since you allude to the specific thing of the special audit, it is not a new thing. DOT has been doing special audit. The system of assessing revenue is on self-certification. And we do a special audit of some sample of it. So it's a normal process. CAG does an audit. There are various kinds of audits. So this is not really increasing the burden of regulation.
Okay.
On the other hand, as I mentioned, 90% of telecom sector is private sector. Investments have to come from there. So we are working on a number of reforms which makes it easy for doing business in India in the telecom sector.
So in that context, sir, then when you're dragged to court of a call drop penalty, of course the order came in from the TRAI, does it not then push the private sector on a back foot? And they're saying that we're already dealing with leveraged balance sheets, and on top of that you decide to levy a call drop penalty on us as well. And the TRAI has also admitted in its own technical paper that it doesn't entirely have to do with telecom service providers' obligations. There are several other issues. What's the DOT's position as far as this entire imbroglio on call drops is concerned?
See, call drops, consumer protection, pricing is the remit of the TRAI. and they have come out with a regulation which is under challenge in the Supreme Court, so I'll not make any comments on that. As far as making things easy for the sector is concerned, we are on the anvil of certain very far-reaching reforms, and if I may say so, I can mention 2 or 3 of them, which should make telecom operations more efficient and help the top line as well as the bottom line. One is that the industry has been demanding a new license of a virtual network operator.
Right.
That is something which is on the anvil of final decision making. It should go to the Telecom Commission next week, and if it is agreed upon, it should be a reform which will happen in weeks rather than months. The second thing is, as far as networks are concerned, fiber networks, tower locations, these are crucial for provision of service. And we are working on a right-of-way rules, which would ensure, at least that is our proposal, it is under consultation with the state governments and municipalities, that right-of-way permissions, both for underground fiber as well as for telecom towers, should be given in a time-bound manner, and if it is not done in, say, 2 months, it would be deemed approvals.
Okay.
So that should help in rollout of infrastructure and make life much easier for our private.
And what's the timeline for this particular clearance?
See, we've approved the draft rules. We've put it on our website. We are consulting with the states. We've asked for the recommendations, if any, by the 20th of April. And I should think by May we should be able to come out with right-of-way rules under the Indian Telegraph Act, which will have the backing of a central law for the entire country.
That is very important news, sir. So 2 headlines and 2 big headlines coming in there from the Telecom Secretary. I'm just alerting our producers as well. Let me go across to you, Mr. Swaroop. You said that you've been made redundant because the coal auctions have been over and done with. But let me ask you, sir, in terms of priorities now, coal production already at an all-time high. You've touched about 9%, if I remember correctly. What more can we expect now? Is the focus going to shift from quantity now to quality?
Indeed, I think there's a lot to be done in terms of quality. There have been huge complaints with regard to the quality of coal that is being provided by virtual monopolist coal provider, the Coal India. And there have been complaints also about great slippage. So we are focusing on all these. This January, we've already set up in motion the third-party sampling, third-party quality check. And we've also focused on providing crushed coal. We're also looking at washing coal by 1st of October 2017. That will take care of environmental concerns. There's a lot of work to be done in coal ministry. When I said redundant, it was purely in the context of increase in production. There too, I think a lot more production needs to be done because we are still importing about 160 million tons of coal.
Mr. Swaroop, if I can quickly follow up on what you just took us on the coal journey so far. One of the issues that you have done is, you've created an enabling environment for allowing private sector into commercial coal mining. When can we expect that to be operational?
You know, the necessary groundwork has been done by us. What has happened is, as a consequence of increase in production, suddenly the production is more than the demand, at least at this point in time. And our experience has been that the 4th round of coal block auction had to be called off because there weren't very many takers. So there's no point in putting more coal blocks on auction till such time there is a demand for that. So one way of doing it is to reduce the production of Coal India, which we won't. We'll continue to produce more and more. The other is to demand to pick up, which I think will pick up as a consequence of Uday. I think Uday will lead to the Uday of both coal sector, the power sector, and many other sectors. It will actually drive the economy. I think the critical thing that is now happening is Uday.
Critical thing that's happening is Uday. Mr. Chandra, let me ask you in terms of the targets now as far as the NHAI is concerned. 2015 was a big year for the NHAI. You managed to actually move quite ambitiously on some of your targets. What can we now expect as far as 2016 is concerned for the NHAI?
Well, we expect to do award about 25% more kilometers this year and to do that much more in terms of civil construction work. Apart from that, there would be more emphasis on expressways, which would mean access-controlled highways, because we haven't really experienced them in this country yet. So we're going to plan and try and start work on several of these, which are on the anvil. And also to look at a more service-centered approach towards the management of highways, which would include highway monitoring systems, automatic transport traffic management systems, to build in place, hospitality management all along the highways in terms of wayside amenities and various other such features which the commuter wants and which can make his life more easy and comfortable.
Okay, so 25% more than you did in 2015. Ms. Sundarajan, if I can come back to you and talk about some of the issues that you touched upon, and you were talking about the possibilities of banks actually taking some equity in some steel companies or bringing in financial investors. Recently, I think about a week ago, you saw the SBI-led Joint Lenders Forum meeting to discuss the exposure of the banking industry to the steel sector. The fact of the matter is that, you know, some of these groups are sitting with debt as high as 40,000 crores, 50,000 crore rupees, and there are no buyers, there are no takers for these assets today. What is the sense that you get in a situation where the ability to actually pick up some of these assets is also constrained by the lack of cash on the buying side? Where do we finally see this headed? And do you really believe that we will find buyers eventually?
See, clearly this is not a problem that's going to be addressed overnight. We will have to work with all the stakeholders to see that in a calibrated manner we are able to bring them back to health. Now, the steel sector is a little different from other stressed sectors because it's not a problem of mismanagement. It is a problem whereby the steel industry thought that there's going to be huge growth in demand, and therefore they overinvested in a sense. Now, the first thing to do is to hope that, demand will pick up. And I think that's where we see this big infrastructure push as a major factor in ensuring that demand picks up. First of all, therefore, demand has to pick up. Secondly, we also have to see between the promoters the promoters clearly need to bring in some amount of capital. That the RBI and the banks have already told them. And there are people who have other assets who could leverage those to bring some capital in. Now, the banks themselves may not have surplus cash, but there are, as I said, other investors, especially those who hold stressed assets and so on, international investors, who we're talking to. And we're hoping that those will be the investors who will come in and actually be able to put in money.
Speaking of regulatory uncertainty and regulatory action, and I'm going to come to the audience and ask you for your questions in just a second after I finish this question with Ms. Sundarajan. The MIP issue has also been dragged to court. The user industry believes that it's wrong on the part of the government to impose the MIP because they're at the receiving end of that regulatory action. I know the matter is sub judice, so you can only say very little on that issue, but as you tread this path, you're going to have to judiciously balance the interests of both sides, users as well as the steel sector. And is it becoming increasingly challenging to do that? Are you now losing ammunition to be able to protect the steel sector any further?
See, the MIP itself is clearly an interim measure. So we will have to move over to permanent measures which can be sustained over a longer period of time. And while these decisions are taken, clearly the Commerce Ministry, the Ministry of Steel and Revenue will be looking to see how we can balance the interests of the downstream users. But the one point that I want to flag here is that, just making sure that they are able to, many people ask this question, why don't we just allow India to import the cheapest steel from wherever it is possible? And, we'll have export industry perform better, we'll have engineering exports go up, etc. But the point is it's not as simple as that. Because what will happen is, if you're not even able to protect an upstream steel industry, it's going to be far simpler for importers to just bring in finished goods as well. So that is why it's important to protect the value chain all the way.
Okay. All right. Let me bring in questions. If you could raise your hands, I'll come across to you if anyone has a specific question here. Yes, sir. I'm heading across to you.
I think the question that I would like to address is to Mr. Anil Swaroop and Mr. Das. It's on the issue of the clean energy cess or the clean energy fund. We have now a very handsome figure of 400 rupees a ton for each ton of coal that is mined. And assuming that the current year's mining is going to be about 600 million tons, we can assume that there will be 1,200 crores, at least in the current financial year, which would have been collected on this count. but there is lack of clarity on the utilization of this fund. How is it going to be utilized? It has been collected in the past also. It has been doubling in every subsequent year's announcement. It's good to have a tax or collect more of revenue, but I think coal is extremely vital to us. And we have to look at the future of coal. The Indian economy is going to be dependent on coal for a few decades, I feel, maybe. And at the same time, coal is our energy security. So I think we need to utilize this fund, first of all, in improved methods of power generation that is ultra supercritical. We need to upgrade the existing power generation capacities to ultra supercritical, if not advanced ultra supercritical. Number two, we have to start working seriously on coal to gas, coal to liquid, and coal to fertilizers, because this is where our heavy import bill is coming from. And I would say that a third candidate is immediate, and that is our resolve to upgrade all our fuels to Bharat Stage 6 or Euro Stage 6. These are all clean energy utilizations. And I do not think our refiners will have that kind of money to step up investment. So unless we have a clear roadmap on how we are going to invest this money, I think the next year could yield easily 24 or 2,500 crores. That is what a roadmap is needed.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I think the budget has put down 28,000 crores from the energy cess. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me attempt to answer this question, the long question. Till about a year ago, we were extremely short of coal. Today, when we have coal, there is a pressure from all over the world to reduce coal. It's a funny situation to be in. How do you continue to produce coal and continue to convey to the world at large that we are concerned about the environment? And this is one such message going around the world, that though we will continue to increase our coal production, we are extremely, extremely concerned about the environment. There are a number of steps that are being taken. I think all those steps, some of which have been mentioned by the one who asked the question, the number of steps that are on the anvil, and all that will require funding. Where does that money come from? So where on the one hand, coal will continue to play a prominent role in providing energy security to this country. On the other, we should be clearly aware of the implications on the environment of use of coal. And it is in that segment that this money will go. You can always argue that this is a burden which probably industry will not be able to bear. But let me tell you, what is the impact of 100 rupees cess of coal? It's about 6.5 pice per unit. I think we can afford to pay that price for keeping our environment clean. If we can use that money, of course, the question would be how that money would be utilized. It will be our endeavor to see that this money is utilized for the purposes of moving towards clean energy, and some of which was mentioned here.
All right, we've got Mr. Som with
If
us.
I can just supplement what my colleague has said. Now, world over, there is pressure on countries like India to phase out fossil fuel. But India has made it very clear in the COP21 as well as in the G20 discussions that India's dependence on fossil fuel will continue.
So you will always have a coal secretary for next year.
And at the same time, the government has announced very ambitious and achievable targets with regard to increasing our share of solar power generation. Having said that, our dependence on fossil fuel will continue. And we have also explained to them that this coal cess, perhaps India is one of the few countries which taxes, which has a carbon tax on coal. Many countries don't have that. So we are equally concerned about clean fuel, clean technology. At the same time, we have to have cheap power to meet our development requirements. Coming to the specific question about the utilization of the money that is being raised through the coal cess. When the coal cess was introduced about 4 or 5 years ago, the purpose for which it could be used was limited. It was for using clean technology. But today, the spectrum has been widened. It not only includes clean technology for power generation, it also includes other areas of environmental mitigation. So we have a wide range of sectors which can be funded out of this coal cess. We have a committee in Finance Ministry which examines all these proposals. There is a good, robust pipeline of projects, and I'm quite confident that the proceeds of the earlier years, whatever accumulated amounts are there, and whatever is likely to come in this year, I'm quite confident that they will be used quite productively.
Okay. Mr. Som Mittal, the former head of NASSCOM, also with us here.
Thank you. It was very good to see that in the budget there was a lot of mention about using technology, which I think is important, and Digital India, etc., are real means to do it. So while we have highways coming up, it is important that we also have digital connectivity, and particularly when you look at rural areas today, it's not commercially viable for telecom operators to go there, and the entire BharatNet is supposed to be achieving there, where you want to connect to 50,000 villages. I didn't see very much mention in the budget allocating funds. We know it's a very expensive affair because you need high-quality fiber to be laid out. So just wanted to ask whether all the plans that we have to leverage Aadhaar, to have digital inclusion, direct transfer, will be dependent on our connectivity to the villages. Mr. Deepak here has been both IT Secretary and now the Telecom Secretary, and Aruna ji is here, who was also the chairman of BBNL, so I presume that they would be able to share this with us.
Go ahead, sir.
I mean, I agree with you that broadband connectivity is the essence of fulfilling the vision of Digital India, and there's demand for it. The first 100 million internet connections took 18 years in India, and the last 100 million, which took us to 400 million, took barely a year. So mobile broadband is happening. But for the rural areas, we have this ambitious BharatNet program. It is, the way I look at it, it is being done in 3 phases. The first phase is to get connectivity to 100,000 gram panchayats, and that should be complete by 31st March of 2017, in a year from now. And we have full funding for that, full approvals and funding from the USOF fund. The second phase is to get it to all the villages, and the third phase would be to make it a world-class, future-proof network for an era like 5G technologies and Internet of Things, where even if every device is communicating with every other device, the network can take that traffic. So that is the plan, and it will be implemented in a phased manner. And we have the approvals and the strategy for doing the first 100,000 this year.
But are you seeing the private sector come forward as far as BharatNet is concerned, sir? Because that's not the sense that we get today.
The private sector will come forward if there's a business case for it. And in rural areas, infrastructure through fiber does not have a business case, at least for the next few years. So government intervention will be there. And today the government is intervening with 6 lakh fiber kilometers. The next biggest program is Australia, which is doing 2 lakh fiber kilometers in 10 years. And we are doing 6 lakh in 2 years. So the government is committed to developing broadband highways. There are 3 phases of BharatNet. In the first phase, the private sector involvement will be basically in execution.
Okay.
Contracting and executing and laying the fiber and the electronics. In the second phase, it will enlarge to include the last mile service delivery, which would be through a Wi-Fi zone hotspot model, which is the cheapest way of delivering services to anyone who has a device. And in the third phase, which will be where there would be opportunities for private sector to put in equity, to be part of the management, to roll out the infrastructure through a build-own transfer kind of a model. So there are 3 different phases over time, which will have different opportunities for private sector participation.
Right.
I'm Liz King from Mott MacDonald, and I have a question for Mr. Chandra. Equivalent of 3% of India's GDP is lost every year through road accidents. 377 people are killed every year on India's roads. Now, there are 3 principal ways of improving road safety: through engineering, through education, and through enforcement. You've announced an impressive budget for roads for the next couple of years, and I was wondering whether, within that budget, how you propose to improve road safety.
That's a very pertinent issue you've raised, ma'am, and I fully endorse what you've said, and that's exactly the direction in which we are moving. It's not really a problem of funds, really. It's been an issue of getting the right focus and the mindset and the action in place, and we are working very seriously to get all those three things that you mentioned, education, engineering, and also all other facets involved onto the ground. And when I mentioned the physical monitoring of roads across stretches of 50 kilometers, across 8-hourly shifts, so that's going to be one element of that. To put in place ambulances and paramedics in place would be another part of it. To educate all those who are connected with this, get on board the insurance companies, get on board all the stakeholders, and above all, to get the engineering in place. And what historically happened was that for the last 10 or 15 years, the undue emphasis on the PPP model led to a situation where we compromised on a lot of safety features only to make projects viable and to get them through with the approval process. But we are relooking at them, identifying the road spots, and re-engineering and retrofitting our roads to get them in order. So it's a huge program. I don't think anyone would really squibble about the availability of funds, and we should be able to get this going.
We certainly hope that that is a focus area as well. Rajiv Luthra of Luthra & Luthra, the only man whose voice matches the big B. Mr. Luthra, go ahead.
Thank you, Shireen, and good evening. Very impressive. I feel very comfortable now that we are in very good hands. My concern is, apart from all this wonderful development of PPP models and dispute resolution and all the good stuff, what is happening to the amendment in POCA, the Prevention of Corruption Act? My concern is that all you heavy-hitting bureaucrats with all the right intentions don't get immunity based even on decisions which are well taken and which are proper due diligence is done. I'd request each one of you to give one-liner on what you think of this immunity. Should it be brought in ASAP before you really embark on this journey?
No, you are quite right. I entirely agree with you. Honest decisions need to be protected. We take decisions in a particular context. After a few years, looking in hindsight, you can question every decision, but I must mention that bona fide decisions taken in a particular context need to be protected. This issue has been raised by us with the government, and as you know, the bill is before the Parliament, and we do hope that the Parliament will see merit in the amendment proposal which the government has introduced in the Parliament and pass the bill very fast. Because if you want quick decisions, if you want bold decisions, if you want India to grow fast, some kind of protection to honest decisions are absolutely necessary. I entirely agree with you.
In fact, this is one of the key recommendations of the Kelkar committee as well. Let me ask you this, and I would appreciate all of you being honest. Today, when you actually decide to put your name down on a file, how worried are you? What are the thoughts that are going on in your head? Let me ask you that, Mr. Swaroop.
You know, let me tell you, there are 5 C's that inhibit quick decisions. They're the CBI, CVC, CAG, CIC, and courts. But aadat kharab hai. One is used to taking decisions irrespective of what happens. And keep praying. God has been kind so far. I hope he continues to be kind.
Mr. Deepak, are you also hoping that God will continue to be kind?
I'm certainly doing that. But what makes me marvel at the Prevention of Corruption Act is that it has a section which makes us culpable if we take a decision which benefits anyone. Now, every decision that I take benefits someone or many people, hopefully the whole industry. So, in fact, it's lawyers like Mr. Luthra and the people like you who need to advocate that I should be culpable if I take decisions which do not help anyone. I mean, this is kind of way behind time. So I'm all for this amendment, and I hope it happens quickly.
Ma'am?
Yeah, certainly we're all hoping that the amendment comes sooner rather than later. Having said that, I'll just flag 2 points. One is, I think, specifically as far as infrastructure projects are concerned, and in the context of the suggestion made by Mr. Kelkar, that we should move away from, project structuring on a unit basis to addressing a larger set of systemic issues as far as a sector is concerned. I think that is certainly going to also help in ensuring that, systemically the issues come down. And the third thing is, I think, overall, much greater credibility needs to be built within the system, which is what I think we're all struggling to do.
Okay. Mr. Chandra?
I'll put it simply, and this is what Mr. Luthra needs to translate into the suitable amendment, is to decriminalize any commercial decision-making which is done through a process which is established. So if it's a board decision or if it's a committee decision, decriminalize if it's a commercial decision.
Okay, all right. So let's hope that Parliament does, in fact, take that up. Let me get in a quick question. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honourable Railway Minister, Mr. Suresh Prabhu. He's just joined us. A big round of applause as well. He's going to be on stage in just a few minutes from now. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Sandeep Kumar from the Dalmia Bharat Group. I have actually 2 questions, one for ma'am and one for Mr. Swaroop. Ma'am, you mentioned that the steel industry requires protection, requires to be guided, and I think the Steel Ministry is very lucky to have you as one of its custodians. I represent the cement industry, and I feel equally that the cement industry is also, a very critical industry as far as infrastructure is concerned. And unfortunately, it has no MIBAP like the steel industry, perhaps. And which is why it still continues to be in a situation where, despite 30% underutilization, 60,000 crores of investment locked up in that, we continue to have import duties, rather free import of cement, and at the same time import duties on the inputs. So my question really is that, like the steel industry, don't you feel that even the cement industry needs to have a similar degree of, patronage? Primarily because, cement is the largest man-made consumed product in the world. And my second question, if I may ask to the Coal Secretary, is that you would well be aware of the tapering coal linkages of policy of 2010. Now, that was obviously created on the back of the allocation of coal blocks, which were later nullified. But nevertheless, this policy remains. So it's almost the case of not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but actually throwing the baby out and keeping the bathwater, if you like. So don't you feel that in view of the coal allocations being nullified, this policy also needs to get nullified? Would you like to take it?
Ma'am, why don't you start, and then I'll come to Mr. Swaroop.
I won't be able to specifically comment on your question about the cement industry. But all I can tell you is that, world over, the steel industry is a very strategic industry. And I think historically, every country has protected steel because it is closely linked to a country's development. It's, economic security, its defense security, and, its developmental and growth objectives. So the second thing is that the steel industry is very, very capital intensive. As you know, it costs almost 6,000 to 7,000 crores to set up 1 million capacity. So I think it is, given these reasons that the steel industry has enjoyed a kind of privileged position in terms of...
Maybe we need a cement secretary, and then maybe his problems are going to be addressed as well.
Yeah,
it's so heartening to know that you want a secretary. Earlier you didn't. Anyway, let me attempt to answer both your questions. One, wearing my hat as...
Less of your time, maybe, you can take on additional...
Okay, so wearing my hat as Chairman PMG, which I was about a year and a half ago, I think you have a department that looks after your interests. Probably you don't know where you got to go. Go to Secretary DIPP. It's his domain. And now that you mention it, I'll mention it to him as well. I think cement is extremely, extremely critical for our country. And they should come up with a similar package as is being done in steel and as has been done in Uday. I keep going back to Uday because that's a package for the entire power sector. It cannot be only one intervention that will help you. There has to be a package, and I think should come for cement industry. And coal also can chip in as far as that is concerned. Let me clarify with regard to the second question. Once the basis of allocation of coal went by, then the tapering linkages also go by. You can't have a tapering linkage for something the very essence is gone, so tapering linkage will not be there. It's not there. However, what we've done now is the cabinet has taken a decision. We are in the process of auctioning additional linkages, and we are allocating additional quantities of coal for sectors like aluminium, cement and steel, and all of you will stand to benefit by this additional allocation of coal. Coal, I assure you, shall not be a problem for your industry.
When will this be taken up by cabinet, sir? Because we've been hearing about this linkage policy.
No, it happened in February.
Yeah.
The process is underway. Auctions will take place in the month of May.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Das.
No, I'll just supplement what my colleagues have said with regard to the cement. You know, the huge outlay which government has made for roads, for railways, for irrigation and other infrastructure sectors, I think it is leading to an increased demand for cement. And in any case, last year also there was a perceptible increase in demand for cement, and I think cement prices are looking up. It's a cyclical industry, and prices are looking up. Since you, I guess you are from the same business, from the same industry, so you would know better than anyone else here. So there is a, there's an upswing in that the demand is picking up. And prices have also slightly firmed up so far as the cement is concerned. And this year I can assure you that there is going to be a lot of demand. So your sector is, I think going to benefit from all this infra spending. And you also mentioned about import duty on certain inputs, etc. I mean, you know that the NVAT facility is available even on import duty. If there is a problem of inverted duty structure, let me mention that in the last 2 budgets, the government has corrected a lot of, in many sectors, the problem of inverted duty structure have been corrected. So if you feel that there is a problem of inverted duty structure, you please give it to Finance Ministry, to Revenue Department. I'm sure they will examine it and consider it.
All right, gentlemen and Ms. Sundarajan, unfortunately, we could have continued this conversation, but we've run out of time. So let me end by asking each one of you, at forums like this, we always ask you what you're most optimistic about, what you're most confident about. So let me flip that around, and let me start by asking you, Mr. Swaroop, what are you most fearful about today?
No, on the contrary, I was so happy to learn that bureaucracy is not going to wither away. There are still people wanting to have bureaucrats. So I'm very happy at that. And as far as being afraid of anything, after having been coal secretary, you're not afraid of anything.
Mr. Das, over to you.
No, I think one should not be unduly worried about fear factors. India has a big opportunity. This budget has really reinforced and opened up many areas of opportunity. As the finance minister described, it's a transformative budget. I think it is India's opportunity to grow and to do better. So I think all of us, me and my colleagues and everyone in the government today, we are focusing on implementation, implementation and implementation.
Okay, Mr. Deepak?
The telecom sector is amongst the infrastructure sectors, one of the most successful sectors. But looking at the potential and demand of data, I think the best time is yet to come. In the sense that the new opportunities with smartphones coming in, with connectivity increasing, with infrastructure moving to rural areas, will really help in both increasing the top line as well as the take-home profits of this industry. And I hope that will lead
including BSNL and MTNL.
BSNL and MTNL will also benefit if the industry grows. They have their own problems. I mean, if you have organizations where 50% and 67% of the top line is the staff cost, they have special disabilities which need to be taken care of, and those are being taken care of separately. But the industry as a whole has, we were 20 years behind the world in 2G. We were 10 years behind the world in 3G. We got the 4G technology along with the world, and we will get the 5G technologies with the world. So we've done a lot of catching up. And the success has been wireless, which continues to be. And I'm very, very optimistic about the future of telecom.
Ma'am?
The global headwinds are worrying, but I think if there's any one country which probably will be able to withstand those and still have a smile on our faces, I think it's India. So we're in a sweet spot at the moment.
Mr. Chandra?
Well, we have to get all the stakeholders, the banks, the concessionaires, the contractors, the consultants, the managerial efficiencies all together, and it's a huge task, but it's just a matter of wanting to do it, and we are absolutely keen and determined to do it, and we'll do it.
Well, that's a good note to end this first panel discussion on. Anil, Swaroop, Shaktikanta Das, JS Deepak, Aruna Sundarajan, and Raghav Chandra. Appreciate you joining us here at the first CNBC-TV18 Mint Infra Ministerial. We appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick commercial break. When we return, Railway Minister Suresh Prabhu. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CNBC-TV18 Mint Infra Ministerial. We just saw a riveting session with the top secretaries who control the infrastructure sectors, taking us through what the priorities will be in FY16 and also how the government hopes to address some of the crucial challenges facing the sector. Joining us now is a man who's presented his second railway budget, a man who's promised to break the cycle of underinvestment in the Indian railways to put it back on track. Please join me in welcoming the Minister for Railways, Mr. Suresh Prabhu. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, the floor is yours.
So, good evening, friends. The railways are one of the very important part of a strategy of stepping up economic development in India. You want to bring growth in economy, then you need the pull and the push both. The pull will come in the form of demand that will be created by the railways from various sectors from which it will buy in a significant way. I was just hearing the previous panel in which the steel, the cement, all these are manufacturing sectors which the railways start investing more and more will have a huge pull effect on the economy. We invest into augmentation of capacity, modernization, improving safety. All of this again will have a huge demand on manufactured goods. And all in turn will of course boost economy. But that's one part of it. The push will come when we actually try to create better facilities, better connectivity, speed added to the train operations. All of this in turn again will bring in a higher economic development. We have seen it globally, also in a country like China, which through better connectivity, and that too particularly by railways, could bring in huge benefit to the economy. Of course, China has been investing upwards of 2% of the GDP for a long time. And as you know, the China GDP is now $10 trillion. Ours is little over $2 trillion. So you can imagine 5 times higher GDP and 2% of that when you invest, the absolute amount will come to what? And that is what, actually speaking, we should try to do to bring in a better turnaround into the railways. As you said a little earlier, the underinvestment is a cause of the problem, which has been identified for a long time. And therefore, we have to provide nutrition to the railways. If you are underweight, you must eat more. And therefore, to make railways run better, faster, safer, we have to make investments into the railways. And that's what we did in the last budget as well as this budget. I'm very happy to say that on one hand we are doing this, but we have a complete overarching strategy about how the railways should start functioning properly. So there's one set of policies and the interventions are in the form of making investment into those areas where the benefit will accrue very quickly. So one such area is obviously the doubling, the tripling of the railway lines, which will bring in quick benefits, which will improve the railway's revenue stream, which will also improve speed, which will also reduce bottlenecks, and therefore the punctuality will also improve. In turn, of course, it will improve efficiency. That is one set. The second one is obviously to improve customer service. And we have taken a number of measures on that in terms of improving food quality, improving cleanliness, improving ticketing experience, changing the interiors of the train itself, and many other things. So that also has started yielding results. I am not saying it has transformed, but it's far, far better than what it was only a few months ago. And therefore, that is something which we are trying to do. We are also trying to, in terms of customer experience, is something which is probably unparalleled anywhere else, is to bring in, use technology to address people's problem on a, as far as possible on the real-time basis. I was just talking to Stanford students who came to meet me, and they were aghast by knowing the number that 7 billion
people we have as passengers every year. And you can imagine the magnitude of the complaint that we should be receiving. And knowing that we are all Indians, 7 billion means at least we'll get 15 billion complaints. So despite that, we are definitely trying to make sure that we address them on real-time basis, try to solve them as much as possible. And that in turn has resulted into improvement of the systems, the procedures, because if you see a pattern in complaint, you obviously improve that. The third one is, of course, making structural changes, whether it's a board, whether it's a delegation, which we were talking about earlier. All the powers of most of the economic decision-making have been delegated. I see someone who was a member of the railway board sitting here, he will tell you, and there is a general manager who has written a letter that what used to take 2 years, 3 years are now happening in a matter of few weeks. And that's a result of decision-making process. We have put systems in place. And in fact, Mr. Shaktikanta will tell you how difficult it is to get a decision taken at the level of the minister. Now the minister doesn't have to take any decision because only he took one decision, that is to delegate. So this has resulted into complete change in attitude, decision-making process faster. The second part of that is transparency. So even including all our contracts and everything else, we are trying to put it on e-tendering platform. Even recruitment, posting, all the matters which always were subjected to questioning, they're all put in a most transparent manner. There is a clarity about how the railways are going to move. So we already have a 5-year plan, but now we are preparing a complete business plan. Not just plan, a business plan. Because railway has to be a business organization as well, about how railways will work in the next few years' time. Also, we are preparing for the first time to avoid any arbitrariness in terms of deciding where the expansion should take place. A complete plan about 2030, about how the railway network should look like. Normally, such decisions are taken on the basis of some very narrow consideration. But we do not know what is the big picture in terms of the railway network, how it should look like. Also, to connect them to the coast, because we have 7,600 plus kilometers of coastline. So we really need to put all that into place. So we are doing that, also trying to bring in the speed. And I'm very happy to say that in last year, my good friend Shireen would have been interested to know that all this is fine, how do you implement? So this is a very good thing in India. When you announce the budget, they'll say, oh, but where is the implementation? So I wish we could implement first and then present a budget. That would be a good idea. But we can't do it like that. So we have to ask questions, so we asked that. So we said, okay, first time in railways history, I given action taken report attached to my budget speech, and 139 points have been acted upon. So that's the broad picture. So the same thing will continue year after year. But last year, we spent, in last 8 years, the average spending was 48,000 crores. Average spending, which we doubled it almost. And this year, we'll actually make it even more, 1,21,000 crores. To make sure that we have a proper stream of revenues available for that. Of course, this is also part of my budget speech, but we are already tired of that. There is to be 4.3 kilometers per day was the rate at which we used to construct this in the last 6 years. We already made 7 kilometers per day of broad gauge conversion this year. We would increase to 13 kilometers per day in 17-18 and 19 kilometers per day in 18-19. So that's the speed at which you are working. And this is a physical progress, not just monetary spending. And I always don't like to look at it like that, that we have done a great job because we have spent more. But what is the outcome? You can always spend money. But is the spending itself is on purpose, or spending has to be a means to an end? So therefore, we are actually creating a new system. And unfortunately, I'm carrying the baggage of being a chartered accountant. So thinking like this is to make sure that right from budgeting to expenditure to output and outcome, the entire change of events should be properly captured. We have started, incidentally. This is what I had mentioned in my previous budget. And we already launched a pilot program for this. And we'll try to roll it out on a pan-India basis. But this is also already started happening. 16-17, they increased electrification by almost 50%, and the target is 2,000 kilometers. In addition to all this dedicated freight corridor, where we are spending money, we already have this high-speed railways between Mumbai to Ahmedabad, which again will be $16 billion project on which the work has, the initial work has already started. We are working on new sources of revenue, because that is what is important. The former member traffic will tell you that over a period of time, over-dependence only on one source of revenue is a very dangerous thing for the railways. And that too, only depending on few commodities. So on the freight, we are trying to diversify the commodities from which we'll get a revenue. First time probably is the railway budget, which Shaktikanta will tell you, where the freight price will not increase, but in fact they will go down. We already started a rationalization process, and all of that what I mentioned on 25th of February, at least 12 points of that are already implemented. So therefore we are already started, not only the previous budget implementation, the present budget implementation also has started. Non-fare revenues, which are a very key part of railways restructuring, station redevelopment, monetizing of land, monetizing soft assets. This has never happened in the railway, probably anywhere, to make sure that we use the data and try to monetize it, and we are already working on it, overall in parcel business, and also earning revenues from the exports. All of this we could do, and we are doing more, is to do target cost reduction. This year itself, on cost, we saved about 8,000 crores plus, and this year the same situation will continue. We are trying to make sure that we'll create a holding company. We are also launched some missions, mission 25 tons for 25-ton axle load, mission zero accident for safety, mission procurement and consumption efficiency for higher speed, mission Raftar, mission 100 for commissioning 100 sidings for freight terminals, which again will increase our revenue in the next 2 years. Mission beyond bookkeeping, I just mentioned, mission capacity utilization. Also, we are trying to create a rail development authority to bring in some sort of a transparency as well as proper sanity into the issue of deciding freights. We already have some of the high-end PPP projects which are also working. We finalized this year 2 major contracts for the railways, aggregating to 40,000 crores to make diesel and electric locomotives. That in turn will not only make in India possible, but also create an ecosystem to bring in SMEs and other segments into the fold. So this is what are the brief things. I am sure railways is something which is a very complex organization, very important organization, playing very key role into many aspects of socio-economic, political development of the country. So we have to make it run. I must put on record that is only thanks to our Prime Minister who pushes the railway development in a very significant way. His support is invaluable. In fact, I think he's the first Prime Minister who is taking so much of interest in the development of railways. So I think this again is helping the cause. We'll definitely make sure that over a period of time, we'll make railways an engine of growth which is capable of. And to make that happen, we have to make a beginning. And the beginning is we are trying to work on it. But of course, a long way to go. But this beginning itself was a step in the right direction. Hopefully, in the next few years, we'll see even far better result than what we could see in this year. This year was a very difficult year. 6 pay commission, huge burden. The Bonus Act, which was amended, increasing the minimum bonus amount payable, and the railway being the largest employer, we had to bear the maximum brunt of that. Also, the freights, which were falling because of the general core growth not growing, as we heard, the steel issue, the cement issue, we heard the iron ore issue, which all impact the movement of cargo. Because if you don't have the cargo in the market, how the railways will transport it? Transporter cannot create cargo. Transporter can only transport it. So therefore, we have to deal with that. But despite that, we could keep the operational ratio at a reasonable level. Every time in the past, whenever there has been a pay commission, the operation ratio has deteriorated to such an extent that we have seen in the past. This is the first year where it has not affected much, thanks to all these measures, including expenditure control. So we look forward to working, implementing it, giving a report of implementation, physical targets, as well as monetary targets. So we look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Mr. Prabhu, thank you very much. May I request you to please be seated, sir, while I invite my colleague Anil Padmanabhan to join you on stage, and I'm going to be here taking questions from our guests who've joined us here to listen to you this evening. So let me, while Anil gets onto the stage, let me start by asking you, sir, my first question. You said, Mr. Prabhu, that your background as a chartered accountant forces you to pore over the numbers very closely. And I think the question that everyone asks every time the railway budget comes around is, how significant an improvement can we expect, or should we expect, as far as the operating metrics are concerned? You said it was a very difficult year, the previous year. You've had the implications of the pay commission as well that you will now have to deal with. But can we expect a significant improvement as far as the operating ratio is concerned, sir? You've talked about a cost reduction of 8,000 crores already. We haven't seen an improvement or a significant pickup in either passenger receipts or, in fact, your freight either. So can the operating pricing metrics really change significantly?
You know, one good thing about us is that we are always very skeptical. So I think we should congratulate ourselves. And we are always asking the questions which we know the answers but still want to ask them. So we really appreciate that.
I honestly don't know the answers, so I'm asking you the question.
Listen. So number one, you cannot have a railway budget which is completely oblivious of the reality around it. So as I was mentioning, 2/3 of the revenue of the railways come from freight. The freight share has been falling consistently for years after years. And in fact, some of great experts who have been talking about it, if you read the railway budgets for the last 10, 15 years, every time they have been saying that railways finances are in crisis. So it is not that we have created now, it is something which has now resulted into, it's a sort of manifested into a situation where we need to deal with that. So we are trying to cover it by way of, I said, because we know that's externality to the railways. We get a National Council for Applied Economic Research to make a report. Globally, the freight has fallen considerably because of lack of movement of trade. In fact, the very interesting phenomena in the globally is that the global trade is not expanding as at the rate, even at the rate of expansion of GDP growth, because global trade is falling. So that has resulted into falling of freight. So this is one part. The second part, locally, the steel, cement, and as you know, these are the major cargoes which are handled by the railways, right. Cement, steel, iron ore. There has been a lack of demand for it. The core sector expansion has been very low, which we have seen the macro numbers, you can make it out. So this has impacted the railway side. So if you have a situation where the externalities are affecting you, the only thing you could do, because you can't change you cannot, if trouble troubles, you don't trouble, but that's a different thing. So at least something wherein you have control over, so we reduce the expenditure, we rationalize the cost in a very significant way, improve the energy, which is something we used to buy electricity in open market, electricity from the state electricity boards, and we are paying the highest rate when we are the single largest purchaser of electricity. So we are defying the market logic. We are buying highest but paying the maximum. So we reduced that. We went for open bidding. We resulted in the cost saving significantly even for the energy. Now next step we are taking is diesel. How do you reduce the actual number of diesel, for which we are doing energy audits? We'll buy diesel in the open market, international market also. We'll try to save the capacity. We are trying to do a number of measures. So this is one part. The second part is including administrative expense, etc. We are really cut across and try to save the money on that. But this year, as I said, our target is 92%. We are already seeing an improvement into the freight market. There has been a movement better than what we saw in the last year. So I think we should be able to do better. I think the recent trade initiatives of the government to put some extra duty, etc., has also helped the domestic steel industry. So I think all of this will result hopefully into that. But we are not dependent on that. We already decided to diversify our basket, not just depending on that. That's what this mission is about. How do you bring in more this core business into the railway freight? So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to change the business unit. We are appointing account manager for each of our major customers. This is something which we have never done. Because the railways, the member traffic was all the time, had to deny appointments to the people who wanted more wagons for him. Because the wagons were in short supply and the demand was more. Now we are, first time, we are pushing them to the market. We have started a new process in which you have to go and get the new business for the railways. We are also going in for non-railway revenues. All of this may not happen in 1 year. But we are making a beginning in that direction. So this year target is about 92%, which I hope we'll be able to achieve. With all the effort that we are trying to put in, we already started gearing up. Many of these missions are put into place, 25 Axle mission, which again will reduce the cost and will be able to carry more cargo. So we are doing all this.
Let me then ask you, as far as the non-fare revenue mobilization plan is concerned, you spoke about several things, including land monetization. This is something that you spoke about even as far as your previous budget is concerned. When do we actually see you mobilize this plan into action? When can we start to see, for instance, the first land monetization go through?
You know, we already issued the first tender for Habibganj, already on. This is the development will start. So, you know, it's not, first of all, we have to follow all the systems. Development of railway station is a very complex activity because the railway is also going to run on the ground, already going to function there. It is already congested area, and that's why this railway station need to be redeveloped. But because it is congested, puts also more difficulty. Obtaining license, permission, it's not easy. But all of that we are trying to put in place. We have paid a new system, but first is already issued, 3 more already in the offing. So this is already made the beginning. But to put it on a higher scale, we are trying to do 3 or 4 things. One, also ask the state governments whom with we have signed a already joint venture agreement, they could also become partner for development of the railway station so that the local permission will be easier. Number 2, we are also trying to get government to government. There are certain countries like Japan, Korea, etc. evince interest, so we can think about government to government. We are also giving 4 stations for development through a PSU, so that they can be started the work very soon, because there could be a little more flexibility in dealing with that. So that again is the route we are taking. In addition to this, the PPP model, wherein we are putting everything on the website, that exercise also has started. So all put together, I think it cannot happen in 1 year, but definitely the process already started.
Okay, let me, before I toss it across to Anil, let me ask you a quick question as far as the very ambitious project that you spoke about, and it's been much talked about. It's the $16 billion high-speed project where you actually have a partnership with the government of Japan, and of course the loan agreement seems to be beneficial for India. But the question is this a priority for us? There have been several committees, including the Rakesh Mohan-led committee that looked at the transportation sector, that believe a high-speed project at this point in time isn't perhaps a priority that India should go after. They laud the efforts of trying to do another 3 dedicated freight corridors, but what is this business of wanting to go through with a high-speed project at a cost of $16 billion, even though you're getting a soft loan from the government of Japan?
You know, we want speed in the railways. So speed has to come in different form. You need, for speed, you need technology. So this particular project, of course, this was started by the previous government, and therefore, of course, it's a good idea to criticize something when you are changing the sides. But we believe, number one, let me explain to you what the project is. This is $16 billion more or less self-financing by the Japanese government. They are going to give us loan at 0.1%, 15 years moratorium, and 50 years repayment. This is not even free, but better than free. Because even if you put that money 50 years anywhere else, you would have got more returns for that.
There is no free lunch, sir. So what is the deal here?
So that's what I'm saying. Can you tell me what the deal is?
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you, so you still want to know something before even hearing. So I'm saying, so this is the deal I'm telling you. So what the deal is a deal. So $16 billion, 85% of that will be made in India. We'll get technology transfer, which will be helpful to develop so many sectors into the country. China, when it started doing this, the growth of China is also because of the speed in many ways. Because the connectivity has brought in a huge change into the way the Chinese do business. So if you want, and this technology is not confined only to this, it will always go into the other sectors. And also, this is not a money which was available for other sectors. This is a standalone issue. If you want that money, then that project was available. Otherwise, that money was not available. So some people saying that, why don't you do this? So who is saying we don't do this? I explained to you everything. Are we doing it because of high-speed train? We have stopped doing anything like this. We are doing more than that. So what we are doing, when there was no high-speed train, we are spending about 40,000 odd crores every year into the railways, which has gone 3 times more. So what is this high-speed railway to do with not spending on other areas? If there was no high-speed railway for 6 years, previous for 6 years, why we are spending only 1/3 of the amount that we are going to spend on the capital expenditure?
Right.
And in addition to this capital expenditure, 1,21,000 crore, we are getting the manufacture of 40,000 crores, which is also railways expenditure. Dedicated freight corridor, 82,000 crore project, more or less all the tenders would be issued by now. We are also doing so many other projects which will be state joint ventures, which will also bring in money. So the amount of money the railways will bring into the investment, which in turn will help the economy, is phenomenal. So this is, in addition to all this, is a special project in which Japanese government is going to give money for development of high-speed railways. Now, what is the deal? You tell me.
Anil, over to you.
Mr. Prabhu, presume part of the logic of this is also to change our mindset that these kind of ambitious projects are eminently doable. But just to take you on to the core of your budget this year was the consumer, if I have not misunderstood your the strategy that underlay. But what you're saying is you're going to give better facilities, you're going to give better transport, better catering. So there is this, for the first time, the consumer became the focus without really being targeted for fare increases. So implicit in this is, if I'm not mistaken, you're suggesting that, yes, we will provide you world-class services, But at this point, we want to prove we can provide it, and then eventually we will come to billing you for it. Is that correct?
Absolutely. You know, see, look at it like this. In this budget itself, first, I agree with you that a focus is completely customer-centric, not passenger-centric, customer-centric, because that's the difference between passenger and a customer. So we are trying to make it completely customer-centric, because ultimately, where are you going to get revenues from? If you have to run an organization in a marketplace, you must get revenues from them. So therefore, customers are two kinds. 1/3 of the revenue come from passengers, 2/3 come from the freight. So we are targeting both in a proper way. We try to understand what they want, and we are trying to give it to them. And then they have to pay for it as they go on. In this budget, we have got 4 new products introduced. One of them is Raftar, which is going to run at the Tejas, which is going to run at a faster pace. So there, we'll try to make even more money than losing money. So we'll actually have the product, premium product, you pay for it. Also some 3 products except one, which is that product again, we are not going to have Antyodaya. So Antyodaya Express. That product, of course, will be trying to cover cost or trying to make it tightly subsidized. But all the products will be able to make more money. So you are absolutely right. We have to do a segmentation of all your customers. We need people, because numbers also help you. And I'll come to it a little later, I'll tell you why the numbers help. But segmentation, if you do properly, then you understand a segment which is willing to pay for the services if you offer him the quality. So that segment, we are not targeted earlier. So we have lost some of it to even budget airlines. So now if we are actually, one of the reasons why you are asking me why your passengers' revenue is also going down, because we must understand the psychology of the customer. We must target our strategy befitting that profile of that particular customer. If you don't do that, we'll lose it. Now in case of freight, if we just keep adding it, thinking that he has no other choice to go anywhere else, it's wrong. Because he can always find out a solution if the prices become prohibitively high. So we have actually outpriced ourselves from the marketplace. So to change that again, we are in fact trying to reduce it. And we are seeing that by reducing it, I'll give an example, because we are launching this program only a few days ago, just after the budget. So I had called all the customers. So we are thinking that we'll get from this particular intervention 3.5 million tons more. The customers got up and said, we promise you at least double this amount in the next year. So just imagine, rather than getting 3.5 million, which otherwise would have lost if we had not done this, now we are going to get even double the amount, and the money that will come in will be far more than thinking that by just charging more, we are going to get more freight. So this is what we need to change. So this is exactly the attitude. They're talking about the numbers. Why even getting passengers is more important. Have you studied the model of some of the tech companies globally? They work on a basis that nobody, if you are logging into a Google Mail, you don't pay for it. It's free. But as you said, what is the deal? So the free Google Mail is something which is helping the Google as a corporate entity, because you have a captive audience which is getting hooked to you. Now just imagine the railways, we get 7 billion people a year who travel by the railways, their footfalls, their eyeballs. Is it not something which is actually a captive audience which can be converted into money? Also the data that they generate, and that data itself can be monetized. Now, if I lose a customer, then to that extent I'm losing a possibility of monetizing the data. So even if you feel that you are actually, that customer is not paying you enough, maybe not paying enough on ticket, but as a corporate entity, if you have a strategy in place to monetize that data available to you, how much money can be converted into it? Now, let me tell you, this has not been done anywhere. So I discussed it with Mr. Sundar Pichai when he came to meet me, the CEO of Google. He said, it's a good idea. So now we have started working on it. So this is something, again, you will next year ask me then what happened about it. It is something which is not going to happen in a hurry. With a strategy put in place, railways are going to be there for a long time, and therefore we'll start working on it. But if you don't start working on it, how will it happen? So therefore, I understand, because you are a business channel, you have to find out quarter to quarter. What happened first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, but that's fine. But you know, as a railways, we cannot just go from quarter to quarter, then we'll become quarter. Railways become like this, quarter of what it was. So I think we need to make sure that we have to have a long-term strategy in place, start implementation. It takes time to put in place ideas like this, but this is the beginning of a restructuring of organization. It's the beginning of a reorientation of the organization to marketplaces. It's the beginning of making sure that the railway come out of the trouble that it has been in for a long time. And therefore, we are not worried about the immediate result. The immediate results are coming because, as you could see, despite this, we could beat operating ratio to 90%.
Yeah.
But as I am saying, please be with us. Don't go away, as you will say.
We are, sir. We're not taking a commercial break, and we're totally on your side, and we agree with the fact that you need to have a long-term strategic vision. But since you were talking about your conversation with Sundar Pichai, and as Anil pointed out, that this budget was, and as you pointed out, a customer-focused budget. It was also a technology-focused budget to a large extent. I understand that a committee headed by Mr. Som Mittal has also submitted its recommendations to you as far as upgrade of technology, etc., is concerned, or the marriage of technology with the railways. What is the blueprint that you can articulate for us? What can we expect now over the next 12 to 24 months?
You know, I don't think we have any more choice of using technology, or it's no longer a luxury. It's a necessity. It is something which we have to put in place properly, and therefore getting technology into the railways is no longer a choice, but it is absolutely imperative for the railways. Now, technology, everything is technology. In fact, I was just saying that even running railways, ordinarily when it came for the first time, it was technological innovation anyway. So what kind of technology is important? Now, we just are working on it. I started it about a year ago. Is using geospatial technology for the railways. Now, we signed an agreement just the other day with ISRO for doing that. It will bring in a paradigm shift in many, many things. Then Mr. Som Mittal is sitting here. We have already prepared a report of how to integrate communication and information technology into the mainstream railways budgeting. So that again will be unveiled during this year. We have already started talking to the vendors, how will it going to happen. Using signaling is also a technology issue. So I think technology is a great thing. Now, how we are going to do it is, firstly, there is one organization called RDSO, which was actually, because they were gatekeepers, they were thinking they have all the rights of deciding who should go in and who should not come out. So that was the idea. So we have now decided to make into two parts. We'll make an R&D, and therefore we have created a new organization called Shrestha, which will actually focus on core R&D issues and try to develop that. We are trying to create a new fund, 50 crores, not small. This year we are providing the budget for making sure that new innovations can come to the railways, and we are encouraging anybody to come out with innovative ideas so that they will be coming in. Plus, now Japan, what is the deal? When I went to the Prime Minister of Japan, his Prime Minister requested him that along with the bullet train, please give us 2-3 more areas in which we are interested. So one of that area is tying up with the Japanese Research and Development Organization, collaborating that with RDSO, which is a significant change. This you cannot imagine. The Japanese railways, which are more or less accident-free, their record of safety is the highest in the world and the best in the world, they would be tying up with us. Same thing we are doing with Korea. Of course, one more thing I must mention on the deal of Japan is that all of the existing network of railways, they are also going to help us to upgrade that. So, you know, this couldn't have been, this is a package deal. One is a project itself, but going beyond that,
so
into improvement of the railway system.
As you said, it's a package deal, so that's the deal.
So I think you are better informed than me because you knew the deal.
But Mr. Prabhu, before I get the audience to throw in questions your way, let me ask you very quickly about the plans as far as the holding company is concerned and fundraising. There was also the talk about a possible listing as far as the IRCTC goes. You've also looked at the possibility of, you've got already an agreement with the LIC for a 5-year term. The Masala bond option is something that you've already exercised. What can we expect now, both in terms of fundraising and possible listing?
See, this year our target is, I mean, the capex budget is about 1,21,000 crores, which is properly explained. So whatever loan is required, that institutional finance is available to us. We are talking about and talking to the World Bank about creating a new fund, which in turn will be a very unique product. What we are trying to say is that World Bank will also be the core initial investor. We'll also put in some money. Then we'll try to access the different pension funds and others, because their investment profile that they look for is exactly matching with the railways, because we have constant revenue stream as well as the long-term revenue stream available to us. So perennial flow of money will be available. So that's one of the one. Now this bond, rupee bond, we had a very interesting meeting in London just before the visit of our Honorable Prime Minister. I was there in 10 Downing Street. They organized a round table in Downing Street itself of top fund manager, fund owners at the CEO level of more than $1 trillion. So they are all willing to put in the money into this idea. So money will be available, money will be there. But as far as this year, even next year, I think, we should not have any problem as far as that is concerned. What we are trying to create a fund of this kind is also helping to create, if you can have the cost of borrowing lowered, if you get better terms to repay the loan over a longer period of time. And in fact, I told this to the parliament the other day, that our debt equity ratio or the debt to asset ratio, which will be far better to understand than debt equity because railway doesn't have the concept of equity. Debt to total asset ratio is one of the lowest. So China had significantly higher, European railways had significantly better or bigger. So therefore, we have a propensity to consume debt of a much larger magnitude. In any case, if you want to create infrastructure, if you want to augment capacity, you want to incur capex, that cannot come from the normal revenue streams of any entity. So therefore, we have to find money to invest into this from sources other than your normal revenue streams.
All right, let me bring in questions here. There's plenty of hands that are up, so let me come to you, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we have seen with admiration how you have changed the mindset. But I would only request you, sir, to now go on to a mission approach. You have done it, you have mentioned about the missions, 8 missions. But I think the biggest mission is a mindset change. A mindset change where you are now no longer a transporter, you are also a logistics service provider. And you have started this dialogue with the customers to understand what they need. But the point is, unless we can bring down the overall logistics cost to the industry and trade and business, you are not going to get the share of the freight market or of the passenger market in time to see that your internal generation of revenues also goes up. So that's one area which I believe you are already working on a logistics corporation. But the point I'm making is, sir, the mindset change is very important at this point of time. Second, say you have also correctly thought of cutting down costs and increasing revenues. That's the way to increase your overall generation, internal generation. As far as the internal reduction of cost is concerned, we have a huge staff costs, which are almost 50% of our overall expenditure. Now, multi-skilling and skilling of our staff, these are two areas where we can do away with a lot of staff increases by bringing people. For instance, let's take the engineering side. We have a carpenter, we have a mason, we have a welder, we have an electrician. Now, if you see how the repair work is going on, first, the carpenter comes when a complaint is there in, say, a house. He says, no, I cannot change this, I need a mason first.
So may I request you to
yeah. So I would like to suggest, sir, focus on staff. Staff, multi-skilling is something which can help. For shortage of time, I won't.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
No, this is a very important question. In fact, I dealt with this question in many other responsibilities in my 9th cabinet or cabinet equivalent position in the government, so I know that. I was always saying that changing mindset is important, but if I had one possibility of bringing a law called mindset change law, then I can change the mindset. It would be so much easier because then I could have changed the mindset. So this takes time. Mr. Anil Rajdhani is sitting here. He will tell you what we did was, when we are the Minister of Power, we are trying to deal with the same problem of changing the mindset, letting people know what the reforms are. We organize something like 2,000 road shows. 2,000 road shows in India. This is unprecedented. I don't think any organization has ever organized as many road shows. And the idea was to actually precisely target this. So this is an important issue. I fully agree with you, because the organization mindset, if this and the alignment of corporate objective and the individual identity with that is very, very critical. So we have to work on this. We did last year some pakhoda to make that happen. I take your point very seriously. I know how experienced you are and how well-meaning you are. So we'll take it forward definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Sir, you expressed that railway is paying highest energy cost. And even I put my concern in terms of national energy cost, and which I summarize like, हर आहट पे उनके आने का तसव्वुर हो आया, फिर हर फिजा ने नश्तरों का शोर बरपाया. Now, what is happening is, sir, that in your past avatar, you laid a very strong foundation for electricity infrastructure through Electricity Act in 2003. Honorable Prime Minister ji, he started Make in India with global competitiveness. And during budget speech also, our finance minister said that due to global meltdown, energy-intensive metal and infrastructure facing problem. But then the tasavvur ends there, and in next paragraph, he says that, okay, the energy cess is doubled from 200 to 400. Now, though it's being passed as a minor increase, but there is a different picture, a hidden picture, which I would like to expose here. Now, as per US EIA data, on purchase price parity, average thermal coal price in China is $8 versus India is $16. Now, similarly, Indian power cost is in one of the highest bracket on purchase price parity in the world. Now, it is agreeable that anything which is paid in terms of absolute dollar over purchase price parity is a burden on the national economy. Now, I give a very specific example on 690 rupees per ton of G10 grade coal. The environment cess of 400 rupees works out to whooping 58%. And other taxes, etc., makes 50%. And Coal India also charges 35% extra from small power producers like captive power and industry. Now, this whole thing together makes 2.6 times the cost. And you can expect that that will be impact on even energy and power cost. Now, over and above, there is a RPO and PAT obligations. There is a PLF which is going down. And now the auctioning. Now, the auctioning of coal linkages, what Coal Ministry and is expecting is to match with international parity of $30, $40, $50. So now my question is that when it is undisputed that national energy cost reduction is a prerequisite for enhancing the infrastructure growth and also global competitiveness, what can we look forward?
I don't envy you, sir. After that long list of numbers that was thrown your way.
I don't know how much time you normally have, but you'll be the right person to advise the ministry. You know, I will tell you one thing is, you're absolutely right. There are two important input costs which really decide the competitiveness of India globally. One is the energy cost, the other is the interest cost. But I would add third cost is the cost of transportation, cost of logistics. So we are working on the third part because right now I don't deal with the energy. But point is, the precise reason for Electricity Act was this. In fact, the first version, which the UPA amended subsequently, was saying that the role of the regulator is to reduce cost subsidization fully. The idea was that why should the industry keep subsidizing the consumer tariff? So this was the basic purpose, but then it was amended. But now, with the Act, we should have seen that there has been a huge capacity addition that has happened over the last 10 years, which has resulted into a situation wherein the supply is more than the demand, which in turn is also bringing down the prices. But your point is well taken. I think these are issues this needs to be dealt at a regulatory level. More than that, the idea of the regulator also should be essentially to find out how can they keep reducing the cost of electricity over a period of time by bringing efficiency. Incidentally, we are trying to create a new regulatory framework for the railways. So one is deciding tariff and freight. Second is PPP, how they should come in, because to have a trade-off between private sector and the government, larger public interest. But thirdly, and most importantly, and that's what even Mr. Shanti Bhushan was also trying to say, how to bring in efficiency to the system. Because if you keep loading your cost on the pricing that you do of your end product, it is not ever going to be improving the system. Because if you as an economy we have to grow, then we must also always try to become low-cost, high-growth economy. It cannot be high-cost, high-growth economy. This is not a sustainable model. So to make that happen, the cost of transportation has to be reduced, because that's also going to be a significant cost. When the GST comes in, you can see the huge movement, because the market will be more or less unified. So this is what we are trying to do. But point is well taken. I agree with you.
Hello, sir. It's amazing and heartening to hear your speech. You're doing much better than most of us, what we're doing in the corporate sector as well. Quick question. How extensively do you plan to use the Swiss challenge method, which you have used for the station building? Because disputes are a major area for infrastructure projects in India. So Swiss challenge, I think, reduces the level of disputes which you would come across. So are you using it in other avenues as well, apart from the station building? And what about the other ministries? Would you know if they are also considering that process to award projects?
Yeah, firstly, actually it's not a Swiss challenge. I'll explain to you what the concept is. The Swiss challenge, as a concept, starts with unsolicited bids. In Swiss challenge, you can make unsolicited bids. So even if it is not for sale, you can come and say, I want to buy it. And that's the beginning of the process. What we are doing here is, we are actually putting a bid, inviting the bids through a very transparent process of putting it on the website, decentralized at the general manager's level. In that, we'll give all the technical, commercial information which is necessary for the bidder to make a bid. Once the bid is made, that bid will be evaluated independently by some technical experts, financial experts separately. After that evaluation, what is found to be better will be again put on the website. At that time, it is subject to challenge. Now that subject to challenge also, if suppose my bid, he is challenging it, I still continue to have a right of first refusal. Now this is not Swiss challenge. Swiss challenge actually starts with completely unsolicited. So this I would say, if at all you want to call it by some challenge, it's a India Railway challenge. It's not Swiss challenge. And in fact, it's a completely new, unique idea that we developed. So it is a much better, in my opinion. This could obviate, as you very correctly said, because this is so transparent that nobody can ever challenge it, because you have a right to challenge at any stage, every stage. All the information is shared with you at every stage. So this is how it should be, I hope. But that it should not be, it should be the best model possible.
Mr. Prabhu, I take the thread from the topic of budget is rationalization of prices. You also mentioned there are certain suggestions I would like to make. To make in India, it is important that the logistic costs get reduced. There, in June 15, especially I represent from the power and metal sector, from 0 to 50 kilometers, there was a discount slab, 50%, this is removed. If this could be introduced, it could bring more volumes, switching over volumes from road to rail. This would help the railways. One end we see the PLF power plants going down, but railway should have the business, and rightly you said that you are in the process to develop the new businesses and more volume. This would be one area probably you can look at. Also, there is a great anomaly. If you see the distance from 126 kilometer to 400 kilometer, there is a discount of 14%. But when you see it from 400 kilometer to 1500 kilometer, telescopically it should reduce, but the discount is only 2%. It really disturbs the power plant producers. It increases their freights on coal. So if this could be rationalized properly, more volumes can come. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Domestic coal volumes moving from hinterland plants to going distance. Then there are certain other anomalies I would like you to look at on port congestion charges and busy season charges. These are really hurting to the customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Prabhu, go ahead.
Firstly, I think it's a high time we do the life cycle assessment of any new infrastructure development. As you could see, that the greenhouse gas emission has to be one of the very important preoccupation while making policies and trying to create infrastructure. So green proofing or climate proofing of infrastructure is going to be very, very critical. The transportation is going to increase because people will like to travel more, the goods will travel more. Make in India would also require that raw materials to factories to finished goods to other places will also increase dramatically. So if we are going to do all that by road, it's going to have a huge impact on greenhouse gas emissions. So we have to be doing that. And therefore I will talk about life cycle cost. So if you really factor the environmental cost of movement of cargo by road and then try to factor that into the rail infrastructure, you'll always find the rail infrastructure is far, far better and far, far superior option. So therefore we have to do that anyway. Now, actually to make that and to correct the skewed ratio from road to rail, we must first of all make investment to the railways. How can people come back to railways? So for example, today, if we can succeed for whatever reason, that road will no longer transport this, but it has to come to railways. We cannot handle it because today we cannot handle the number of quantity of cargo that will be required. So dedicated freight corridor will be the first major change, because then we'll be freeing our existing track only to passenger movement. We'll also try to announce 2 more or 3 more dedicated freight corridors. So all of that will bring in. But you are absolutely right. Only time frame is what we have to look at. I am not saying that it will happen next year, but beginning has to be made in terms of all intervention. One even commercial intervention. That's why the freight tariff will come into play. So if you have regulatory framework, they will also help you to understand how the skewed balance has to be corrected properly. So we have to take number of measures: technical, commercial, investment, also managerial. So all of that has to be rolled into one to make a proper strategy. That's why I talked about a business plan, not just a plan for railways expansion. If you don't have a proper business plan which actually puts in all these things into a one unified, actionable point, it is not going to work.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Let me first congratulate you for bringing some radical changes in the railways. For bringing some radical changes in the railways, and as somebody said, mindset also. So as an Indian, we would like to see cleaner railway stations and facilities also. And I'm sure, as we hear in the newspaper, in the media, railways are working on this. How sooner are we going to expect this, sir?
Expect what?
Cleaner railway stations. How soon can we?
Cleaner railway stations, sir.
No, she asked the same thing. You know, you are Indian, I am also Indian, so I will be as eager as you are to develop it sooner.
Sir, all I want to know is that when can we have a Shatabdi that takes me to Chandigarh in 1.5 hours without increase in fare, because that would really be value for money and value of time.
A Shatabdi that takes him from Delhi to Chandigarh in 1.5 hours, but he doesn't want to pay any more than he's currently paying.
Sir, a bird in hand is more than 2 in the bush, we have heard. I'm referring to the Delhi metro, the bush. Nobody heard about the metro. The metro came up, they established the entire infrastructure, signaling, telecom, they got the entire workforce, they are running it very successfully. But in case of railways, we had everything. I'm referring only to the ring railway in Delhi. I'm not even going to Mumbai. We had the infrastructure, we had the manpower, we had the complete thing in place. Only what was required was to upgrade the ring railway. But we failed to do that. Was the lack of the government focus, or you think metro is going to compete with the railways, we are going to wind up this line, or what is the thought on that?
So that is what exactly we are doing. That's what is the strategy. Absolutely. This is what we are trying to do.
You're trying to shy away from the competition? Sorry? You're going to shy away from the competition from Delhi Metro and go into the long haul?
His question is that whether the metro came up in Delhi without any support, they did it all on their own. He thinks the railways had everything, they couldn't make the kind of headway. So he says, so how is this going to play out?
So that's what I'm saying. What has not happened, we cannot change it. But exactly that's what we are trying to do. That's what I'm saying. That is the strategy of making railways work better.
Thank you very much. We've got lots of hands, so I'm going to come to Mr. Razdan first and give you a chance, sir, to speak.
I think, sir, your government has taken a few very bold decisions. You mentioned the marketplace when referring to the railways and to customers. Is there any thinking that why don't we separate the carrier from content? You've seen the power sector, you've seen other sectors, airlines, road transport. You have the public and the private sector operating. And I think a competition is the biggest mover towards greater efficiency and greater consumer care. That is one question. The other is, I think the railways is a beautiful monolith. It does not, I think, perhaps the only commercial organization in India which does not allow any lateral entry at any level other than recruitment. Do you have any thoughts on these two?
I know you are absolutely right, having a grievance as an IAS officer for not having, but I agree with you. But this is something which we are trying to look at, this HR problem. But the second point, what you said is absolutely right, is that how to get in more and more. So we are trying to get more private capital into it. What is really meant by privatization is something which is a little different, and let us not deal with that. But you are absolutely right, getting more and more. That's why I talked about 200 more private freight terminals, sidings, these all will be through private. The port connectivity projects will be completely private. Station development will be completely private sector driven. All these 40,000 crores of contract that we gave to GE and Alstom is completely private sector. So there is an increasing share of private sector participation in the railway operation.
Sir, we celebrate the induction of Mr. Suresh Prabhu in the railways. For one very important reason, you have changed the direction in which the budget was presented before you came, and that is a very, very good development. I presume that over a period of time, you will also realize that probably the need for a separate railway budget is no longer exists, and you'll do away with it in the interest of the economy. Coming back to the main issue, sir, looking at the broader picture, railways contribute just about 1% to the national economy. And various committees have suggested the basic need is for this particular segment to contribute at least 2% to the national economy, which is a huge challenge. And if this is not done, as had been recommended by the Rakesh Mohan Committee, the nation loses as much as 4.5% of GDP because of the distortion in the transport infrastructure that exists in the country, because the railways are not able. And that is why they went to the extent of saying that investment in the railways has to substantially go up. Now, you have been laying emphasis, you are finding money with your own initiative and your innovative systems. Now, according to me, it means that we need to earn more and spend less. And rightly speaking, the emphasis has to be on freight services. Let me tell you that even the bulk goods which are carried in full train loads, in many segments like cement, steel, petroleum, various other things, as much as more than 50% of the traffic moves by road, even these segments. And so far as the general goods are concerned, as much as 2,000 million tons of various miscellaneous goods moves across the country over an average distance of 400 kilometers. Even if 10% of this traffic comes to railways, which is legitimate share and legitimate responsibility, it will make substantial difference. We do not need much of consultancy. Customer-centric approach is extremely important, but we know what needs to be done. It has not been done. We have to spend less, and as was made out, wages is one important factor. Apart from wages, which certainly needs to be tackled in a very imaginative manner as urgently as possible, we have an infrastructure which is for maintenance, workshops, sheds, depots, stations. There has to be tremendous amount of rationalization for which scope exists. And almost about 20,000 crores of rupees is spent annually on this. I'm not suggesting that you further reduce DRF, which is already done, probably in the interest of bringing operating ratio from 91.3 to 90 and going to 90. We have to maintain, we have to spend more on maintenance, but we can save a hell of a lot on this. Now, these are things. The second thing is about increasing capacity. If the freight services have to be adequately served, we need to build capacity where it is required. And even the dedicated freight corridors, which you said should be ready by November, by 2019, the allocation made is very, very meager. And unless we really step up these selected areas, in some, what I would like to submit is, you have cast your net too wide. My request is kindly concentrate on a few important things. Your emphasis on implementation is noted, but at least the direction has to be completely specific and precise. Thank you.
I agree with you fully. In fact, you're absolutely right. If you look at it, our network has to be in line with and aligned to where the future growth centers are. That's why I talked about this plan that we are going to prepare for the entire railway network as a whole, where it should be going, number one. Number two, the international trade is bound to increase. You know, the port connectivity will be very, very important. So that again will be one of the thrust areas that we need to do it. Thirdly, using the railway land for warehousing and also trying to provide a seamless transportation solution, end-to-end solution to a customer will be very important. Rather than only competing with road, which you have to do anyway, we can also complement with road. If you can provide an end-to-end solution like the parcel business, which can move from railways to a point, but beyond that again has to be taken over by somebody to deliver it at the place where it has to be finally going. So therefore, all of this will have to be a proper part of a study, which this is what exactly we are trying to do. Also what you exactly said, and that's what Mr. Anil Rajdan said earlier, is that it has to be completely tuned to the market. See, if you believe that because we are monopoly, we are the government, we have all the right to decide what, it's not going to work. Therefore, to bring in that independent evaluation of these policies also is going to be done through the process of regulator. Again, the point that we are saying about getting private sector investment, as we have seen in the case of power sector, will not happen at the scale at which we want them unless there is an independent mechanism to look at the private and public interest trade-offs. So therefore, this is all we are trying to do. But I agree with you. It's a long-term strategy has to be put in place. And we can easily get some lost market share as well as we can regain some share, provided we work on this. Again, as I said in the beginning, we cannot just keep our unifocal attitude towards few commodities alone. We need to look at getting even more commodities because that has been a traditional source of revenue for the railways. But it cannot go on like that, so we need to change that also.
Mr. Prabhu, you've been extremely patient, sir. I'm going to give you one last question and then let you go. I know you're running out of time. Sir, I'm going to request you to please keep your question very, very short.
Being a structural engineer, I would like to mention about projects. See, the lot of unremunerated projects were sanctioned years back, and large number of them are pending because of funds are not there. Now, my suggestion has been, which somehow could not get implemented, that any project which is being sanctioned for development of a particular area, a railway project like a new line or a gauge conversion project, which is only for development of an area and not for operating requirements, that should fit in the development plan of that area. That is, wherever there is a public demand or demand from certain MPs or MLAs, etc., or chief ministers, that this line or this railway line is required, there a development plan should be prepared for that area, and the mode of transport which fits in that development plan only should be sanctioned, and not that any section is provided, because a large number of those projects which were completed also, which were unremunerative, they have not resulted in actually development of that area.
Thank you, sir.
I just answered that why we are preparing that overarching plan precisely to deal with that, to deal with this. But in any case, I must thank all of you because rather than asking me questions, you gave me so many suggestions. So I think I would rather come for such programs more often, so that I'll get enriched with ideas.
Thank you very much, and we're going to keep inviting you. We're going to keep inviting you because we promised to do many more of these sessions.
And the CNBC as well as Mint for giving us these ideas. So it was a minting of ideas to be telecast from CNBC.
A minting of ideas to be telecast on CNBC-TV18. What a perfect way to end this session. Suresh Prabhu, the Railway Minister, thank you very, very much, sir, for joining us here, for taking our questions and for your time. We truly appreciate it. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Railway Minister.
Well, you can see the flashes on your screen. The defense procurement policy has been unveiled. So April 1st is the timeline from when the DPP will be effective. Remember, there was a high-level meeting which was undergoing all the details with respect to the new defense procurement policy, and it has been announced. The Defense Acquisition Council has announced that it will be unveiled on the 28th of March at Defense Expo. And the gentleman who will be traveling to Defense Expo is here, who's breaking that story. Ritu, you have all the details with us. Take us through what has been unveiled so far. And, the larger question really is this enough, or does the policy have enough to be able to fast-track investments into defense sector?
As far as your last question is concerned, the inflow of foreign direct investment into the sector has been dismal, even after a lot of decisions got taken in that sector. Nevertheless, the Defense Advisory Council today basically gave nod to the DPP for 2016. It's about a year late, but then again, it was finally approved. It will be unveiled at the Defense Expo on 28th. And from what we understand, the cornerstone of this policy is flexibility and transparency. The Make in India as well as MSMEs is the core focus. From what we understand, this policy will lead to will have provisions for fast-track acquisition of critically needed equipments. For example, if there is a war and we need to buy equipments, we will be able to buy it, in a fast-track manner. Secondly, the DPP as of now does not have a chapter on strategic partnership. Basically, the government wanted to get in private companies to partner with it and manufacture specific projects, defense-related projects. However, there is a lot of differences between the Defense Ministry, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and corporate India on how strategic partnership norms should be formulated. But according to sources, what will now happen before the end of this year is that the government will partner with specific private companies on submarine, fighters, helicopters, and ammunition projects. And these, remember, will be for at least 15 to 20-year period, assured orders. Last but not the least, there will be a new category as far as defense projects are concerned. It's called IDDM, which is basically Indian designed, developed, and manufactured products. This will kind of a category of products will get the highest priority, and there will be flexibility on the blacklisting norms as well. And companies who are blacklisted in defense projects will be given opportunity to appeal as well as explain the situation under which they had pursued the contract. So clearly, a lot of flexibility in terms of procurement and transparency, and the government seeks to promote Make in India as well as promote MSMEs in the defense sector. But it remains to be seen at the end of the day how foreign investors and domestic companies from the private sector see these norms. With that, it's back to you.
Ritu, before we get some reactions going, a quick question to you with regards to the strategic partnership. You said that will be unveiled later this year. Do we have any idea about the exact timeline that the government is looking at and what they are looking to be able to increase the strategic partnership period between defense companies?
See, strategic partnerships is an extremely lucrative, idea which the Defense Ministry has launched. Basically, if I become a strategic partner for the next 15-20 years, I will get assured orders. Basically, I'll be the second line of let's say a PSU, just like HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, gets assured orders. Similarly, corporate India will be able to get assured orders if they are chosen for this strategic partnership. But there is a lot of difference on how the strategic partner should be basically chosen, and hence the government will want to take more time for discussion. But on submarines, fighter aircrafts, helicopters, and ammunition, government would want to launch some of the strategic partnerships within this year itself. So clearly, in the next 7 to 8 months, we'll see the norms being put out.
Okay, so no confirmation as far as the timeline is concerned. Let me bring in Dheeraj Mathur, partner and leader of Aerospace and Defence at PwC. Dheeraj, thanks for joining in. To begin with, the question I asked Ritu is, you heard Ritu take us through the salient features of the DPP that has been announced so far. Is this enough to be able to fast-track investment? Because that's the one area that has been lagging behind other sectors.
Yes, absolutely, because the key issue with the defence sector is it's a monopoly market. There is a single buyer of the government that goes by everyone. So having a provision for strategic partnerships will allow private Indian companies.
But Dheeraj, the strategic partnership norms will be included later this year. So the other areas that have been announced is the fast track bit that Ritu pointed out, the IDDM, which will be given first priority in defense acquisition. How significant would the norms that have been announced today in the policy be for increasing investments?
So the IDDM is going to be a game changer because it's going to encourage Indian companies to make investments in R&D and the design and development manufacture, high value defense equipment. And it's in a sense, it's like the strategic partnership concept because the companies will, once you design and develop a product and it's approved, then you have that assurance that you're going to get orders. So therefore, I think IDDM is going to be a game changer because Indian companies will be encouraged and in fact forced to get into design and development. The only thing to see is that in the details of the policy, whether they're going to also allow, some of the R&D to be done by the IIT, the Asian Institute of Science, because not all Indian companies, some of them do, but not all of them, have the R&D infrastructure that is necessary to design and develop products.
Sir, I have a question regarding the strategic partnership model. Clearly, there is a lot of difference between the industry and the MOD as well as the armed forces regarding how the strategic partnership model should be taken forward. What, according to you, will be the top, the salient features of this strategic partnership model? That is one. And secondly, we understand that this DPP also borrows a lot of its norms from the previous DPP. Now, the question is, will the new norms be enough to ensure or give the private industry and foreign investors confidence to invest into defense projects? Because as of now, the kind of investments that have come in from the foreign investors, that's absolutely paltry. What is your assessment on these issues?
Well, 2 points. The first point is that actually, up till 2014, we had about 24 crores of FDI in defense. Between 2014, August 2014 and December 2015, the FDI inflows were of the tune of about 125 crores. Now, admittedly, that is enough for this sector. But we have seen a five-fold increase in about 1 year over the total inflows over 10 years. So that's point number one, that people are responding. Second, as far as attracting private investment and domestic investment and even foreign investment is concerned, look, like I said earlier, this is a monopoly, a single buyer going by L1. You need some commitment, some assurance of getting orders. Now, both the strategic partnership and the IDDM give you that comfort. Just make the investment, and if you're selected, if you get a product that works, that gets certified, and that passes the trial, you'll get the orders. Now, this is what Indian industry has been asking for. They've also been asking for some other things, but, it's not possible for everything to, the government to see to everything. And finally, policy is always a work in progress. You come out with a policy, and then you get feedback, you learn, and then you improve upon it. So this answers the question that...
My next question to you, sir, is regarding one more issue, and which basically caused a lot of heartburn, in the previous years, and that is regarding blacklisting. We understand that the blacklisting norms will be, relaxed. At least the companies which get blacklisted will be given opportunity to explain and appeal. Now, what, according to you, is there a way forward for blacklisting-related norms? Because we understand that the blacklisting-related norms will be announced perhaps a month or two later.
Well, we need to see the norms before really reacting, but in principle, in a sector like this where you have limited suppliers for different platforms, blacklisting actually just pushes you to a single vendor situation, which MOD has traditionally been very wary of. So if we have some objective norms to deal with situations where blacklisting used to be considered as an option without actually blacklisting. Because ultimately, suppose somebody has done something illegal, punish the people who've done it, not the whole company. Because the whole company, actually some of these companies are listed, so there are millions of shareholders and so on, who aren't necessarily part of any conspiracy. So the way to deal with it is that punish the individuals with the full force of law, punish the company through heavy fines that deter them and make them more careful. But don't tie yourself into a corner from which it's very difficult for you to make further acquisitions. Bofors gun is the perfect example. We haven't had a purchase of an army gun after Bofors, and the armed forces desperately need them. So punish the guilty, the full force of law, fine the company a heavy punitive fine, and do it in a transparent manner so that it becomes everyone knows what they're in for if they get into doing anything that is illegal.
Okay.
But get on with business.
Okay. Okay, Dhira, just hang in there. We also have a defense expert, Anil Chek, joining in. Anil, I wanted to bring you in another crucial point. The DPP will lay out provisions to fast-track acquisition of critically needed equipments and products by cutting short the procedures. So this is what we know. We don't know what the provisions are. I'll get Ritu in to clarify on that as well. But how significant would that be in cutting down the time that is required, which, of course, interferes with the overall delivery process?
I think the process has been under discussion, and if it is followed, as has been talked, then the compression of time would be of great advantage because it will ensure that the user's requirements are met within the stipulated time and there are no slippages, and hence capability shortfalls as envisaged in the capability building roadmap is not sacrificed. So I think it is extremely important for two reasons: that capability deficit or capability gap does not exist, and that we get the capability which is in the form of product at the best price.
Okay, Mr. Chair, a quick question to you with regards to the OFB procurement manuals and defense procurement manual, which hasn't come out yet. It's expected to be updated in about 2 months. But what do you think the Defense Ministry needs to focus on with respect to these two manuals to be able to simplify the process?
As far as the simplification of the process is concerned, you talked about the OFB and the DPP. I'm very certain and very, very optimistic, having been part of that process myself, that the simplification as being discussed and envisaged would ensure that the problems that the vendors or the manufacturers were facing are removed to a very large extent. Probity is maintained along with the transparency, and the processes get speeded up. As far as the Ordnance Factory Board is concerned, I'm very certain, would give the capability to acquire the cutting-edge technologies so that their products become that much more competitive to what is being offered by the other manufacturers.
All right, Mr. Chair, just hang in over there. We also have SP Shukla from Mahindra & Mahindra joining in on the phone line. Mr. Shukla, appreciate you joining in on this show. Your first reaction to this, you've been talking about the defense procurement policy. There have been several loopholes that haven't been covered in the defense sector because there hasn't been clarity on the policy. From what you have heard so far, is this enough? And what more does the Ministry of Defense need to focus on to be able to fast-track investments in the sector?
Well, thank you for asking. Yes, we wholeheartedly welcome the new policy. It has been in the making with the inputs from all stakeholders. The most welcome part of the policy is there is a special category of design and developed in India, and that is golden news. What it means is not just assembly. If an Indian firm invests and spends money on design and development effort, develops a technology, develops its IPR, those projects will get preference over something which is purely imported and assembled. This is a welcome change. It is going to give a boost to investment in design and development by all Indian companies. We, as far as in Mahindra are concerned, we have always invested in this particular area, believing that ultimately India will need to develop its own expertise. So we welcome it wholeheartedly.
Okay,
on this, IDDM, basically focuses on design and development, while big companies will be able to, put in money in this regard. What about small companies and MSMEs? Do you think they'll have the wherewithal to basically put in their resources in design and development, because the defense procurement procedure for 2016 was also supposed to be about MSMEs. So how do you think will the government take forward that particular agenda as far as promoting MSMEs in the defense sector is concerned?
Let me clarify one thing. This has to be understood once and for all by everyone. When we come to engineering sector, there is one level which is called platform makers. And there is second level which is tier 1 and tier 2. And everyone has a synergistic, a symbiotic relationship in the ecosystem. Whether it is plane or helicopter, whether it's tank or a truck, or whether it's car or a tractor. A platform maker designs, develops, and creates an assembly platform where he puts together. Whereas large number of suppliers, they actually supply parts and components for the same thing. And the platform maker actually works closely with every part and component supplier and even sub-assembly supplier. It is he who provides essential specs and designs so that they can supply to his specs and fit into the platform. Only when platform makers take the lead, the parts and component suppliers are able to feed into the system. Very simply put, when you make a car, the wheel comes from somebody, tire comes from somebody else, the windscreen from somebody else, windscreen wiper from somebody else, headlight, tail light, everything comes from somebody else. So design and development at platform level is one thing, and then synergistically in a symbiotic relationship, parts and components come together.
Right.
So I believe there is no competition. Medium and small scale units will be integral part of the ecosystem.
Okay.
They will benefit when platform makers are making it in India. Everybody in medium and small scales will benefit, and we are here to promote them.
All right, so we'll discuss this further through the day, but thanks for joining in for now, Mr. Shukla and Ritu, for taking us through the salient features of the DPP. But we'll take a very short break on CNBC TV18. Lots more up ahead on the other side. Stay tuned.
Ministerial. You just heard from the Power Minister Piyush Goyal, and it is now time to welcome another senior colleague of one of his colleagues, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, a man who heads the Road and Transport Ministry, also has shipping in his portfolio, a man who has been responsible for getting a lot of the stalled projects in the road sector unstuck over the past 18 months, a man who has been declared as one of the high-performance ministers in the Modi government. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to the Roads Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Sir, may I request you to please join us on stage for your opening remarks, and then we'll start with the Q&A.
Dear friends, regarding the infrastructure development of our country is most important and critical issue for the development of our country. I am responsible for road construction. Today, we have the average of 18 to 19 kilometers per day, and the target was 30 kilometers per day. We are completing 2 years at 26 May. And before that, we are trying our level best to complete our target. At the time when our government taken charge, there was 403 stall projects in NHAI, in ministry and state ministry, and out of which today, it is a great pleasure and pride for me that we have taken 21 decisions in the cabinet. And by these different decisions, and with our initiative, we have already solved this problem. And today, out of which 39 projects we have terminated, and now only 11 projects. There is a stall project with us. The cost is only 20,000 crore. And I'm sure today I have a half-day meeting in NHAI, and I'm confident that before end of 26 March, there will be no pendency as far as the road stall projects are concerned. Regarding our shipping and inland waterways, we already passed this bill. Now the Parliament has passed the bill by converting 111 rivers into waterways. We have started already works in Ganga. We are making 5 multimodal hubs. One is Varanasi, Haldia, Sahibganj, and 2 other places. We are making 5 RoRo services and 40 water ports, out of which 20 are on floating jetty and 20 on concrete jetty. We have already received the tender of cost more than 4,000 crores, and before March end, this month, we will start all this work. We are making one water gate in Farakka, and I am confident that this waterway work will be started. At the same time, our 12 major projects, 12 major ports, and 3 flagship organizations, Shipping Corporation, Dredging Corporation, and Cochin Shipyard. For this year, our profit will be more than 6,000 crore. And our every port and every institution is in profit. And next year, I am expecting the profit of 10,000 crores. And the most interesting thing is, compared with the private ports, our efficiency, our time, everything is increased. And for this year, we proved to be more professional and more successful comparing with the private ports. So, as far as my department is concerned, our main interest is to create more employment potential. And by creating more highways, we have an ambitious plan. Before 26 May, we are going to complete, our target is for giving contract of 2 lakh crores. Today, we have just 140 to 145, 1,45,000 crores. We have already contracts are finalized, and before the 26th May, I feel that I'm confident that we'll be succeed to finalize the contract of 2 lakh crores. And also, I am confident that in our shipping, inland waterways, and ports, our target is for completing the contracts of 70,000 crores. We are on now 35,000 crores, and before 26 May, when we complete 2 years, we want to complete 70,000 crores of contract in port sector. So You already know that we have 52 lakh kilometer of road length, out of which only 96,000 kilometer was national highway, and 40% of the traffic of the country was on this national highway, on 2% road. But now we have taken decision to make the national highway from 96,000 kilometer to 2 lakh kilometer, out of which 1,55,000 kilometer already we declare, and within 3 months we will complete the target of 2 lakh kilometer. We have already started making DPR for the different projects. We have taken decision to make express highway. The first express highway in the country was Mumbai-Pune express highway. I got a opportunity to construct that express highway. And today, the westerly and easterly bypass, that is already in a fast mode, and it is the axis control express highway, first express highway in the country. We have already given order to making expressway from Delhi to Meerut, out of which Delhi to Dasna it is 14 lane roads. Then at the same time we are now fixing the alignment for Delhi-Jaipur, and it's a new alignment. And I am confident that before end of this year we start the express highway between Jaipur to Delhi. At the same time, we are making the express highway from Delhi to Katra, connecting to Srinagar. I am also confident that before end of this year we will start this express highway. From Baroda to Mumbai, within a month we will go for a first tender package for Baroda to Mumbai express highway, and the next will be next month. At the same time, we are decided to making express highway from Hyderabad to Bangalore, Hyderabad to Vijayawada, which is the Amravati, which is capital of the Andhra Pradesh. And at the same time, we are also decided to making express highway, 8-lane express highway from Lucknow to Kanpur. So already we are moving in making the express highways, and I am confident that money is not the problem for my ministry. There is a lot of my budget is given by the finance minister, and we have our own income, own resources, and we don't have any problem as far as the resources are concerned. And I am confident that we will add the 2% of GDP in the country's growth rate. So whatever the main silent features of my ministry I already given to you. You can ask me any questions as you like.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gadkari. May I request you to please take a seat there. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. May I also request Anil to please join us on stage. You know, in all my interactions with Mr. Gadkari, one thing is always clear. He can dazzle you with numbers. He will throw 70,000 crores, 30,000 crores, 2 lakh crore rupees with such ease that you can get overwhelmed by the targets that he sets. But he's also always told me to come back and check if he's managed to deliver on those targets or not. So, Mr. Gadkari, let me start by asking you about what I think is the one big headline that you've given us. You said that by the 26th of March this year, there will be no stalled road projects.
No, 26th May.
26th May.
Actually, the first was my target was up to end of March. But I feel difficult because there are 11 projects we are facing some crucial issues. But today we have taken decision in NHAI meeting to complete this issue and solve this problem up to 26th May.
So by the 26th of May, there will be no stalled projects in the road sector.
Yes, and I will give everything in black and white. I will give the list of the project, whatever the contractor finalize. I will give everything, and you can ask me, the people can ask me about any NHAI project in a stall project, ask me. I will give the answer for that.
Okay, so what are the issues that are holding back these 11 projects today, sir, and what needs to be done to ensure that they're no longer stalled on the 26th of May?
So there are some projects in this project, the escalation cost, interest cost is increased. From 3 years project are stalled projects. The viability is now difficult. Project need more capital finance. The bank says you have to add equity. The contractor don't have the equity. So these are the very crucial problems we are facing. And even we are trying that some investor is ready. If he ready to purchase the project also, we can give him chance for that. But the people, those who are involved in it, they are trying their level best. And we are asking for banks, they're giving them more loan. When banks are ready, but they don't have equity. So these are the problems. But we are discussing with the banks and the contractors. And I feel that we'll be in position at the end of 26 May that there will be no stall project.
Okay, that's a big headline that you've given us, Mr. Gadkari. Just before you arrived, sir, the Railway Minister, Mr. Suresh Prabhu, was here, and he was talking about how he hopes that freight traffic will pick up as well as passenger traffic will pick up, and he believes that we are now going to start to see a turn as far as the economy is concerned. You always have your finger on the pulse. So far, the green shoots have been elusive. In our last conversation, you told me that you believe that in the second half of this year, starting around September, you believe that there will be a significant pickup in cement and steel demand. Are you still projecting that, sir?
Actually, it was information given to me regarding the Road Construction Machinery Manufacturer Association that there is 33% rise. Already this escalator, JCBs and other things, there is a 33% rise. And in steel and cement, I feel that because already we have finalized the contract, and the first preliminary step is for earthwork, and second step they need cement and steel. I feel that before end of May, the demand will be increased. And already we have booked 95 lakh ton of cement because we have taken decision to make cement concrete road. So cement industry, unfortunately, they are known for cartel.
We had very disappointed members of the cement industry. Yes, right here from Dalmia Group, sir. So let me bring in a quick question before you go on, sir.
No, so we're not disappointed with you, let me assure you. And we would like to thank you and your ministry for the encouragement.
But whether your marketing demand is whether is now increased or not, is not the exact position now.
We still have to, it still has to kind of percolate to the actual demand. And still, we still have a 30% unutilized capacity. My question to you, sir, is that while you have taken the very positive step of ensuring that the national highways are cement and concrete, can we also garner your support in making sure that the state highways also have a similar policy? Because as you know, concrete cement roads are superior to tarmac roads in that sense.
Actually, it is the response of the state government to take the decision. When I was minister in Mumbai, Maharashtra, at that time I had taken decision to construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway by cement concrete. So today I have discussed the issue with my officers also. My idea is making the cement concrete road having the 1-inch bitumen surfacing on it like USA and Germany. That can be road quality that can be improved, and there are more comforts are there. But for using of cement and making of cement concrete road, it is entirely right of the state government. And I personally feel that today, as far as the maintenance cost is concerned, because I'm from Nagpur, I constructed the cement concrete of 200 crores in Nagpur. Before 12 years, 13 years, no maintenance cost. Even Mumbai-Pune Express Highway, no maintenance cost. Bitumen roads life is 4-5 years. But cement concrete road life is for 50 years, 60 years, 70 years. There is no problem. Even for 100 years. So one of the road in Nagpur is, that is before 57. My date of birth is 27 May 1957. And that road still is going on a concrete road. So the concrete road is economically viable, and I feel that state government should give priority for that. But this decision is not with me. This is with the state government, and they are supposed to take the decision on this issue.
You know, sir, let me just move away a little bit from your current ministry and your current portfolio and request you to put on your hat as your previous avatar, which was the Rural Development Minister. You know, the feeling within large sections of the community that watches the economy is that this government perhaps has acknowledged the crisis in the rural sector too late. You have started to address it in this budget, but perhaps you've acknowledged the crisis too late, and perhaps the measures that have also been taken are too little at this point in time. I understand that you've rolled out the crop insurance scheme, the spends on rural infrastructure, etc., or the allocations have gone up significantly in this budget, but perhaps it's a little too late. Would you agree or admit that the government didn't fully understand the distress in the agriculture sector?
Your question is appropriate, but not for the appropriate person.
That's why I said I'm going to ask you to put on your hat as a former rural development minister, sir.
I'm giving you the answer because from last 15 years I'm working in rural area, and I'm related with lot of rural development projects. And I got appointed to make this Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana at a time when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister. After 47, it is the first time in the history of the country the Prime Minister has taken a decision to connect villages by the road. We have 6,50,000 villages, out of which 1,40,000 villages connected by Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, and this is started by Atal Bihari Vajpayee. But you should ask the question to those people, those leaders. Those from 47 to now, out of 60 years they got opportunity. They are always talking about the farmers and poor people, but they never take decision to connect the villages by roads. The first time in irrigation is the key of success. The first time our government started this Pradhan Mantri Sinchan Yojana of 20,000 crores. And for the stall project, big projects, national project in irrigation, and there are a lot of projects are in Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka. Because you understand one thing, our irrigation percentage in the country is 46%. But the lowest irrigation is in Jharkhand is 5.6%. Maharashtra it is 18.2%. It's Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Jharkhand. These are the projects which are really, they are facing the problem of irrigation. Water scarcity is a problem. And it's Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. The Madhya Pradesh where agriculture growth rate for last year was 23% and for this year is 20%. In Gujarat it is 14% and many of the states somewhere in Maharashtra, I am from Maharashtra, our agriculture growth rate previously was minus. Today it is 3%. So the most important thing in agriculture, they need the irrigation. Second, 24-hour power. Then seed and fertilizer and capital. This is the first time in the budget, highest provision for 9 lakh crores for priority sector, for agriculture crop financing. And a 15,000 crore provision is for giving interest subsidy for that. So agriculture is very important. And our government is now the highest priority for agriculture, and I feel that within 2-3 years we will get good results. And already we have decided in 2022 there will be 2 times increase in production in agriculture, and I am confident that by making more irrigation, this problem can be solved.
You know, under your very
also there is also one question. In Maharashtra we are facing at that time load shedding. The first time the coal surplus is there. It is thanks to Piyush Goyal, and that is one of the reasons that there is a principle in state government: more generation, more losses; no generation, no losses. So now the first time, because of availability of coal, the generation is increased, and that is one of the reasons that our rural agriculture people get power. We have already sanctioned 5 lakh water pumps on solar, and now I feel that by increasing irrigation, by Pradhan Mantri Sinchan Yojana, and by giving 80,000 crore in these 4 years to the stall project, irrigated big project like national projects, I feel that we will be in position to create more irrigation in the country, which will increase the agriculture production 2 times. At the same time, it will solve the problem in the crisis in the rural and agriculture.
Since we're talking about agriculture and we're talking about Maharashtra, I'm going to digress just a little bit to get your comment, because you understand this space so clearly, closely. The situation with regards to water, especially in large parts of Marathwada at this point in time, where virtually riots-like situation is being envisaged because of the scarcity of water. What can be done? What kind of intervention can be expected at this point in time?
You are absolutely correct. In Marathwada, presently the crisis is really very big. But now there is a solution. From Sudhakar Naik, when he was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, I was MLC at that time, he always said Jala Sandharan. And out of the rain water we have, so 70% water is going to sea. Out of which 15 to 20% going to dam and lake, and 15 to 20% going to water conservation. Now there is a big slogan. In my area, I have just make 15 check dams. Or it's a very nice slogan. दौड़ने वाले पानी को चलने के लिए लगाओ, चलने वाले पानी को रुकने के लिए लगाओ, और रुके हुए पानी को जमीन को पीने के लिए लगाओ. So in my inland waterways program, we are making that breach cum bandhara with water gate. And at everywhere we maintain the 3 meter of draft in the river. So everywhere in Ganga, Yamuna, everywhere you can see that because of this check dam, because of this bridge cum Bandhara, there will be 3 meters of water available in the river. At the same time, we need to concentrate more on water conservation. The Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, why their agriculture growth rate is high? It is only because of water conservation. They are making a lot of wells in the rural area. They are making check dams. And the Modi ji, when he was the Prime Minister of Gujarat, he made 5 lakh check dams. So I am really giving you the thanks, because this media, the Delhi people, the leader, they don't have any time for discussing the issue related with the agriculture, rural and the poor people. At least these are the important issues. And it is expectation from the government to give us the highest priority for the rural agriculture development and to increase the agriculture growth rate. Without that, we cannot increase the demand, and without that, we cannot target the growth rate what we are expecting.
You can always expect that from us, sir. We look at it very, very closely. But Anil, I'll toss it across to you.
Gadkari ji, I had a question about another structural change which was initiated in the budget, which is related to your ministry, is the on public transport in state road transport undertakings. So the first time the government has decided to open up to the private sector. But what is the timeline for implementing this?
It's a very difficult task, and for this subject, it's difficult for me to give the timeline. But the idea behind it is that already all state transport are in big losses. I just giving you the one example of one of the, I don't know to name the state. The private bus was coming on the petrol pump, and from one of the state, and the petrol pump guy was saying, go, diesel is not available, because they are supposed to give the money to him for the diesel, but they are not in position even pay for the diesel, for the fuel. So now we have already decided to form a new department, transport department. Our intention is to convert our buses into electric, ethanol, biodiesel and bio-CNG, by which we can reducing the cost. By using electric bus, we can reduce the cost of ticket by 50%. So we are already making one bus giving donation to the parliament. Now next bus we are going to donate to Rashtrapati ji. And I feel that...
What about the people, sir?
Sir, definitely, it's in a process. So by which we have already discussed with the foreign funds, green funds, by giving, we have 1,50,000 buses. Now we have decided to convert the diesel buses into electric, biodiesel, bio-CNG and ethanol. In my city in Nagpur, already we have taken decision to making 50 buses on ethanol, and one bus is successfully running in Nagpur. And now we have decided the sewage water of Nagpur, we have just sold it to the government of Maharashtra, by which we are getting 18 crore royalty. And now the Piyush Goyal has taken a decision to everywhere for the power project, they will use this sewage water available from the different cities. And from that water we get methane. And from by bifurcate CO2 from the methane we get bio-CNG. And our plan is to running 100 buses on bio-CNG. So by which we can reduce the cost. It is a cost effective, pollution free and import substitute. So new department which is going to, already our notice is pending with the cabinet. After getting the approval from it, we will form the new secretary, new department. Then we will start, we will think to tie up with the foreign funds, green funds, and that fund can be available to the different state corporations and will allow them to improve their buses.
What is the timeline for all of this, sir? Because this ethanol dream of yours has been a long pending and long standing dream, sir. So what is the timeline that you have in mind for all of this?
Ethanol, biodiesel, bio-CNG standards are fixed. So now there is no problem. And you can see it now, it's no problem. Even I suggest UP Chief Minister, because in UP a lot of ethanol is available and they can start ethanol buses. And regarding this privatization in transport sector, our idea is for presently whatever the bus number of buses which are available with the state transport, we have to improve them with the technology, with some new innovations, making them in a good condition. At the same time, for the extra capacity, we can encourage the private PPP mode, and many people, they can start the bus service and they can give their good services to the people by and large. So that is the idea behind it. But now you mind well, this is a subject in a concurrent list. So this is not a central subject. But the central can give the financial assistance. Now in Baroda, Surat and Ahmedabad, they have a private bus port like airport. So now this this transport department, we are going to form a corporation where we can help to the state government to create a bus port, airport, railway station, bus port and water port. So these are the ideas, but it will take some time.
But is this the challenge that you face even as far as emission standards are concerned and emission norms are concerned, sir? You have a certain target of where you want to be by 2020. You've advanced the timeline as far as BS6 is concerned. But is this a problem that various state governments may choose or choose not to comply with that?
No, it is not a problem with the state government. Already we have taken a decision with consulting this issue with the Petroleum Ministry, Environment Ministry. We all ministers discuss in this subject. And 1st April 2020, we are going to make mandatory the Euro 6 standards. And somewhere there was problem. But today, from Mumbai port, we have exported the cars and buses, 1,57,000 buses to abroad. And now there are a lot of automobile companies, they are in position that they can make engines of Euro 6 standards. So this is not a problem.
The fuel is the problem,
the problem is with the Petroleum Ministry, because we need the fuel of that standard. So they have a program of 80,000 crores, that capital cost they are spending on changing their equipments in their refineries, by which they can make available the petrol and diesel of Euro 6 standard.
So Euro 6 by 2020, 1st April, you believe is going to be doable?
No. I am trying to make it as early as possible, because again I discussed with the Petroleum Minister and I say, if you are not in position to supply it, in Delhi, in metro cities, we can take this fuel from the private sector. So he said, no, this will create problem for my business. Well, you make it as early as possible. Now he is promising me that he will make that before. Now it's not a fixed promise, but I am confident that one year.
Promise is a promise. What is fixed promise and what other kind of promise is there?
It is with the Petroleum Minister that he assured me that before 1 year he will try to make availability of this fuel of Euro 6 standards in the country.
Okay. Mr. Rutra, you have a question for the Minister.
Good evening. I have 2 points. One is, as an infrastructure lawyer myself, project financing, the biggest challenge we have is long-term money. Banks nearly, really get 5 years, 6 years, 7 years money. That's not good enough. What are the actions you're taking as a minister to make sure that long-term money is available? Of course, you had the bonds issues, etc. But what else are you doing about it? That was one. Second point, sir, I want to understand, how are you sort of increasing the road safety? I know your track in Bombay, so you're not only a minister who does things very quickly, but does them very well. And I've experienced them myself. And I know you'll build the highways and you'll reach 20 or maybe more kilometers a day as well. But road safety, education, etc., what are you doing about that? Those are my 2 points.
Sir, your both questions are very important. Regarding the highway sector, we have given new option to the investor. It is a hybrid model. We will acquire the land, and without acquiring 80% of land, we cannot give him appointment date. So land acquisition will be responsible to the government. Second thing, environment forest clearance, railway overbridge clearance will be our responsibility, utility shifting will be our responsibility. And we will give them 40% grant in aid for that as a subsidy. So he has to invest only 60%. Now out of 60%, 30% he has to create, he is responsible to create that much equity is his responsibility. Now today we have taken 27 projects in hybrid mode, and for every project we give 5-7 bid for that. So today these hybrid projects, this is a successful formula and we are working on it. But still we are not taking the decision. But there is one recommendation from the industry that if suppose the project cost is 1,000 crore, the 400 crore we are giving as a grant in aid, and 600 crore he has to take from the bank and he has to invest. Out of 600 crore, 30% he should have the equity. It comes 180 crores. Even today, the situation of Indian contractors and investors is not good. And the first time they was in ICU, now they are in in their home, but still they are not in position to invest 180 crores. So today the idea, we are thinking on it, but we have not taken a decision. We need to go for the cabinet. And I am of the opinion that we are trying to make this decision. The condition is we need the approval from the finance and the PMO. Our suggestion is we will give him 10% equity of the project cost. If suppose 180 is going to invest, 100%, 100 crore, it's a 10% equity, we will contribute for that project. So this can be again a good attractive idea for the investors. So now today in hybrid mode, we are working fast, we are getting the bid, and if suppose we succeed to get this decision, then there will be no problem. And after 1 year, then we will again go for PPP, because after 1 year, there will be good position for the contractor investors, and they can 100% invest. But the time being, it is time for us we have to help them, and we have to give them special benefits. Without that, it is difficult for their survival. Regarding the road safety, you are absolutely correct. In our country, every year we have 5 lakh accidents and 1,50,000 deaths. I am very sorry to say, particularly in this field, our bill is pending from last 6 to 7 months. And because there is no unanimity, because this is also a subject in a concurrent list. But today we have taken a decision to form a safety authority. We have also taken a decision that out of 726 black spots identified, and we are spending 11,000 crores on it in Delhi-Gurgaon, this road, Delhi-Jaipur-Gurgaon road. We are making 4 bridges, actually PPP project, but we are constructing Signature, Hero Honda. There are 4 flyovers we are making from our own funds. We are making 2 underpass in Gurgaon, by which now we have taken a responsibility.
very much for joining us here for the second edition of the CNBC-TV18 Mint Budget Verdict Series.
I feel a bit more irrelevant than I was about a year ago. When I said redundant, it was purely in the context of increase in production. You used the phrase between the rock and the
hard place.
They jumped into it.
Unless you want to start some kind of a debate here, I really don't know why you are asking this question.
Mr. Swaroop, what are you most fearful about today?
No, on the contrary, I was so happy to learn that bureaucracy is not going to wither away.
If you have a situation where the externalities are affecting you, the only thing you could do, because you can't change you cannot if trouble troubles you, don't trouble, but that's a different thing. I am confident that before end of 26 March, there will be no pendency as far as the road stall projects are concerned.
Well, top ministers and bureaucrats came under one roof to answer questions from India Inc. and you, our viewers, in what is the second edition of the CNBC-TV18 Mint Budget Verdict. And this time, the spotlight was on the infrastructure sector. Good evening and thanks for joining us on India Business Hour. I'm Suresh, and with me is Kritika Saxena. Hi, Kritika.
Hi, Suresh. Lots of big voices, lots of interviews lined up for you over the next 60 minutes this Monday evening. But first, let's take a look at the headlines.
Now, just imagine the railways. We get 7 billion people a year who travel by the railways, their footfall, their eyeballs. Is it not something which is actually a captive audience which can be converted into money? Also the data that they generate, and that data itself can be monetized.
Monetizing both non-core assets and customer data, top of the agenda for Railways Minister Suresh Prabhu. He says private capital is welcome, but privatization, not so much.
Before end of 26 March, there will be no pendency as far as the road stall projects are concerned.
All stalled road projects will be up and running when the Modi government completes 2 years in office, says Minister Nitin Gadkari, adds that funding is not a problem anymore.
As an immediate step, we are trying to take electricity to all the villages by March 2017. At least 1 year ahead of the stated targets.
Electricity has reached almost half the villages in India, but Power Minister Piyush Goyal says he's far from finished. Promises to triple the capacity of the southern grid over the next year to achieve the government's stiff targets.
I think we are looking at what can be done in terms of a broad financial package. They've tabled certain proposals. We're looking at it in consultation with the Department of Financial Services.
For the rural areas, we have this ambitious BharatNet program. It is, the way I look at it, it is being done in 3 phases.
Top bureaucrats press the pedal on reforms. Steel Secretary promises a bailout package for select companies in 2 months. The Telecom Secretary promises to make it easier to lay fiber optic cables.
Bona fide decisions taken in a particular context need to be protected. This issue has been raised by us with the government.
Protect honest decisions to speed up the decision-making process. That's the request from top bureaucrats as they urge the Parliament to amend the Prevention of Corruption Act. The government moves forward with the defence procurement policy with the focus on fast-tracking acquisitions, relaxes the blacklisting norm, says will unveil the full policy on the 28th of March. And rate cut hopes and decent global cues send the Indian stock markets to 2-month highs. The bumper rally sees Sensex climbing 300 points, Nifty reclaimed 7,700. The government sets a clear timeline for consolidation in public sector banks, wants at least one merger to be identified within the next 6 months. That's a CNBC-TV18 exclusive. The Central Board of Direct Taxes, or CBDT, proposes an equalization levy on digital services, recommends a tax of 6 to 8% on any payment of more than 1 lakh rupees to a non-resident company. The Maharashtra government declares emergency in Latur to avoid ugly unrest as a severe water shortage grips the entire Marathwada region.
Market action first up. Bulls are up and running once again. Hopes of a rate cut from the Reserve Bank of India and decent global cues fueled a breakout rally on the Lal Street. The Nifty fell just short of a century but managed to conquer the crucial 7,700 mark. This is the highest level for that index in over 2 months. In fact, the index has now rallied 13% since budget day. The Sensex gained over 300 points and is sitting quite comfortably above the 25,000 mark. Banks were the stars in trade and that index rallied nearly 2%. All right, straight to the big exclusive tonight. Top ministers with infrastructure portfolios gathered under one roof to answer questions from India Inc. and you, the viewer. This is the second edition of the CNBC-TV18 and Mint budget verdict. Let's start with Road Minister Nitin Gadkari, who promised that there will be no stalled projects when the Modi government completes 2 years in office on the 26th of May.
You said that by the 26th of March this year, there will be no stalled road projects?
No. 26th May.
26th May.
Actually, the first was my target was up to end of March. But I feel difficult because there are 11 projects we are facing some crucial issues. But today we have taken decision in NHAI meeting to complete this issue and solve this problem up to 26th May.
So by the 26th of May, there will be no stalled projects in the road sector?
And I will give everything in black and white. I will give the list of the project, whatever the contractor finalize. I will give everything, and you can ask me, the people can ask me about any NHAI project in a stall project, ask me. I will give the answer for that.
Okay. So what are the issues that are holding back these 11 projects today, sir, and what needs to be done to ensure that they're no longer stalled on the 26th of May?
So there are some projects in this project, the escalation cost, interest cost is increased. From 3 years project are stalled projects. The viability is now difficult. Project need more capital finance. The bank says you have to add equity. The contractor don't have the equity. So these are the very crucial problems we are facing. And even we are trying that some investor is ready. If he ready to purchase the project also, we can give him chance for that. But the people, those who are involved in it, they are trying their level best. And we are asking for banks, they're giving them more loan. When banks are ready, but they don't have equity. So these are the problems. But we are discussing with the banks and the contractors. And I feel that we'll be in position at the end of 26 May that there will be no stall project. 4,50,000 crores of our industry is the automobile industry. And my idea is by this policy, we are making 20-meter draft in some of the major ports. So we will see that all Bhangar from the world, automobile, we will take it to India. And there will be port area, there will be area for recycling of aluminium, copper, steel, plastic. Then we can reduce the cost of automobile parts, and by which the day will come that within 10 years, we will be #1 in the world in automobile manufacturing. Our all big brands in the world now, they are in India. And I feel that transport of this vehicle by waterways also, that is the idea. We already started taking the car from Chennai to Kandla. So there are a lot of initiatives we have taken, and I feel that automobile industry is an industry which can create more employment potential. So our policy is finalized. Now it is up to
the cabinet for approval. Mr. Gadkari, we would have loved to continue this conversation.
Only the one important thing is that I am just adding voluntary.
We got that, sir, voluntary.
So you can understand there is an economic viability. That's why we are expecting that the people are making it voluntary. So it's a good, attractive policy. And due course of time, we will give to you.
So will there be excise benefits or no excise benefits, sir?
There are many benefits are there. But it is up to when the finance ministry and the cabinet will clear it.
All right, Mr. Gadkari, you could have continued this conversation with you. There's so much more to talk about, but we appreciate your time. My final question to you, how do you remember all of these numbers, sir? You throw numbers at us. Every 10 seconds, there's a new number that you throw at us. How do you remember all of these numbers? What's the secret?
Actually, yesterday meeting, even Prime Minister was giving reference about my speech. At the rural, that resolution was presented by me to the National Executive. From morning to night, I am working with my department. And I am workaholic. And that is one of the reasons. But one thing I am telling you, and as a journalist I am telling you, don't take it as my arrogance. I never speak false things and never give false promises. The people who are from Maharashtra, they know that. When I declare it, it means that I declare it. So I am challenging some journalists, not for you, that if you write my everything in your diary, if suppose that is a false promise, you start your breaking news, no problem. So whatever the possible for me, I say I will do it. And sometime when it is not possible, I bluntly say I don't want to do it. But I never speak false things, never give false promises. And always, it's my department, I have discussed with your journalists, that my department, we are working for some 100 things, and we give idea to media only 40 to 50 things, because we don't have even time to give this information to the media. So we are doing a lot of things, and it is a time for me to serve my country. And I always feel that the politics is an instrument of socio-economic reform. And this country is a huge country. It's a rich country with a poor population. And the wrong economic policies and bad and corrupt governance and visionless leadership is the reason for that. So when as a minister, I got opportunity to do something for my people and my country. And that spirit, every day I'm working hard and try to do it. There are challenges, there are problems, there are obstacles. But I always say that there are some people, those who convert problems into opportunities. And there are some people who convert opportunities into the problems. So my problems are opportunities for me. And I am confident that with the blessings of all of you and cooperation of all of my people who are working with me, it's not only my one-man credit. Credit goes to the team. Credit goes to my all officers. Credit goes to all contractors. Credit goes to investors. And credit goes to people like you who support me. And that's why I'm doing it. I am very much happy about it. And when Prime Minister Modi asked me, which department you want? I said, I want road ministry. He said, Nitinji, this is number 6, number 7. You are in the team. So at that time, there was choice for me to take defense ministry and other ministry. I said, no. My expertise, I'm not an engineer, but my previous experience in Maharashtra was related with the road industry. So you give me the road. I am happy and I am doing it. And this ministry is going to make a good records. And this country will remember, just like Mumbai-Pune Express Highway, 55 flyovers, and Worli-Bandra Sea Link project. The Mumbaikar they always remind me. And I feel that even now this time, we are making this Badrinath, Kedarnath, Gangotri and Yamnotri. New roads, 1200 kilometers, new road construction of 12,000 crores. It's a 24-hour all-weather road with tunnels, and it's a new connectivity. So these are the things where we get the opportunity, and I am confident that we will do it.
So I have noted.
Well, that was the roads minister. He's a workaholic. He does not give false promises. And he could have chosen defense, but he chose the roads portfolio. Very candid words coming in from Nitin Gadkari. But it's not just roads. We spoke to Suresh Prabhu as well. So from roads to railways, the government has begun the process of monetizing railways lands. But it will take some time before it can yield the desired result. That's the word coming in from Railway Minister Suresh Prabhu. Prabhu also asserted that the central government had inked MOUs with several state governments in order to develop railway stations. Prabhu also shared his idea of using customer data for monetization. Take a look.
When can we start to see, for instance, the first land monetization go through?
We already issued the first tender for Habibganj, already on. This is the development will start. So, it's not, first of all, you have to follow all the systems. Development of railway station is a very complex activity because the railway is also going to run on the ground, already going to function there. It is already congested area, and that's why this railway station need to be redeveloped. But because it is congested, it puts also more difficulty. Obtaining license, permission, it's not easy. But all of that we are trying to put in place. We have paid a new system, but first is already issued, 3 more already in the offing. So this is already made the beginning. But to put it on a higher scale, we are trying to do 3 or 4 things. One, also as the state governments whom with we have signed a already joint venture agreement, they could also become partner for development of the railway station so that the local permission will be easier. Number 2, we are also trying to get government to government. There are certain countries like Japan, Korea, etc. evince interest, so we can think about government to government. We are also giving food stations for development through a PSU, so that they can be started the work very soon because there could be a little more flexibility in dealing with that. So that again is a route we are taking. In addition to this, the PPP model, wherein we are putting everything on the website. That exercise also has started. So all put together, I think it cannot happen in 1 year, but definitely the process has already started. Getting passengers is more important. Have you studied the model of some of the tech companies globally? They work on a basis that nobody, if you are logging into a Google Mail, you don't pay for it. It's free. But as you said, what is the deal? So the free Google Mail is something which is helping the Google as a corporate entity, because you have a captive audience which is getting hooked to you. Now just imagine the railways, we get 7 billion people a year who travel by the railways, their footfalls, their eyeballs. Is it not something which is actually a captive audience which can be converted into money? Also the data that they generate, and that data itself can be monetized. Now, if I lose a customer, then to that extent I am losing a possibility of monetizing the data. So even if you feel that you are actually, that customer is not paying you enough, maybe not paying enough on tickets, but as a corporate entity, if you have a strategy in place to monetize that data available to you, how much money can be converted into it? Now, let me tell you, this has not been done anywhere. So I discussed it with Mr. Sundar Pichai when he came to meet me, the CEO of Google. He said it's a good idea, so now we have started working on it. Segmentation, if you do properly, then you understand a segment which is willing to pay for the services if you offer him the quality. So that segment, we are not targeted earlier. So we have lost some of it to even budget airlines. So now if we are actually, one of the reasons why you are asking me why your passengers revenue is also going down, because we must understand the psychology of the customer. We must target our strategy befitting that profile of that particular customer. If you don't do that, we'll lose it.
That was the Railway Minister talking about a complete change in thinking and making the railways more market-oriented. Now, it wasn't just ministers who faced some tough questions. The secretaries of nodal ministries like Steel, Coal, NHAI and the Economic Affairs Ministry were also present to take some of those questions. So let's start off with the Steel Secretary, who says that the next step that her ministry is looking at is to tap into the deep pockets abroad to bail out the sector.
There are other proposals where we're looking at bringing in financial investors who can hold some of the stakes for a period of time, and then if the companies come back to health, then they can disinvest. We're also looking at bringing in certain external investors, international investors, who could pump in some fresh equity into these companies.
But has there been any interest that's been shown by either domestic financial investors or foreign financial investors?
Yes. Actually, there has been a fair degree of interest, particularly from international investors.
By when can we expect closure or some sort of an announcement as far as this financial package is concerned? Ma'am, where are things currently stuck?
Well, I won't be able to put a definite time frame to it because, as you know, a lot of discussions have to go on. There's a lot of restructuring that has to be done. But, within the next 2 months is what we are hoping.
Well, it's not just the steel industry. India's cement companies need a project like Uday to put them on the road to recovery. That's the word coming in from Coal Secretary Anil Swaroop. He also asserted that the sector needs help immediately. That's not all. The Coal Secretary made it very clear that there would be no bailout for companies that bid high in coal auctions.
I think cement is extremely, extremely critical for our country. And they should come up with a similar package as is being done in steel and as has been done in Uday. I keep going back to Uday because that's a package for the entire power sector. It cannot be only one intervention that will help you. There has to be a package, and I think should come for cement industry. And coal also can chip in as far as that is concerned. Let me clarify with regard to the second question. Once the basis of allocation of coal went by, then the tapering linkages also go by. You can't have a tapering linkage for something the very essence has gone, so tapering linkage will not be there. It's not there. However, what we've done now is the cabinet has taken a decision. We are in the process of auctioning additional linkages, and we are allocating additional quantities of coal for sectors like aluminium, cement and steel, and all of you will stand to benefit by this additional allocation of coal. Coal, I assure you, shall not be a problem for your industry. I'm not sure whether we are thinking in terms of any bailout package for them. We can't, actually. There are terms and conditions that have to be followed, and I don't think we have any plans of bailing them out. They don't require to be bailed out. In any such business decisions, there are problems on some occasions. Out of the 70-odd blocks that were settled, there is problem with regard to 4 or 5. So our focus is on 66, 67 blocks, that need to start production, rather than, spending time on 4 or 5 blocks.
Okay, that's the outlook on the coal sector. Now let's talk about telecom. The BharatNet is one of the Modi government's more ambitious projects till date. And top bureaucrats from the Telecom Ministry say that laws will be amended to facilitate the laying of fiber optic cables. The Telecom Secretary J.S. Deepak also said that the special audit on telecom companies is a routine affair.
Since you allude to the specific thing of the special audit, it is not a new thing. DOT has been doing special audit, The system of assessing revenue is on self-certification, and we do a special audit of some sample of it. So it's a normal process. CAG does an audit, there are various kinds of audits. So this is not really increasing the burden of regulation.
Okay.
On the other hand, as I mentioned, 90% of telecom sector is private sector. Investments have to come from there. So we are working on a number of reforms which makes it easy for doing business in India in the telecom sector. For the rural areas, we have this ambitious BharatNet program. It is, the way I look at it, it is being done in 3 phases. The first phase is to get connectivity to 100,000 gram panchayats, and that should be complete by 31st March of 2017, in a year from now. And we have full funding for that, full approvals and funding from the USOF fund. The second phase is to get it to all the villages, and the third phase would be to make it a world-class, future-proof network for an era like 5G technologies and Internet of Things. The only major stakeholder whose inputs have not been taken into that consultation is the government. So we are looking at those recommendations, and we may have a few questions or a few points on which we may send a back reference to try. That is still work in progress. All of us are on the same page when it comes to increasing efficiency of the sector, and that can happen through large chunks of spectrum, contiguously available, and to ensure that, we are already doing a number of reforms which should help more efficient utilization of spectrum. The industry has been demanding a new license of a virtual network operator.
Right.
That is something which is on the anvil of final decision making. It should go to the Telecom Commission next week, and if it is agreed upon, it should be a reform which will happen in weeks rather than months.
That's not all. We have more exclusives from that event. The government is moving fast towards building a mechanism to resolve disputes involved in PPP projects, and we will soon have the dispute resolution bill introduced in the remaining part of the budget session. That's the word coming in from Secretary of Economic Affairs, Shaktikanta Das.
The key aspects of the recommendations of the Kelkar committee have been included in the budget speech, have been included as a part of the budget proposals. That is, to issue guidelines for renegotiation of contracts, and also for bringing in a bill for dispute resolution in PPP projects. Now, even before this announcement, during the last 1 year, the Highways Ministry, with cabinet approval, has already sorted out number of issues which were dogging this particular sector. I mean, by infusing equity, or by bringing in mezzanine finance, or by introducing hybrid PPP models. So a lot of steps have been taken to resolve the various kinds of disputes in the highways sector. But anyway, a lot needs to be done, and these 2 specific initiatives of issuance of guidelines for renegotiation of contracts and for bringing this new law for dispute resolution, that these 2 have been announced.
But dispute resolution bill, sir, can we expect it post-recess in the budget session of Parliament?
We are working on it. The bill, the draft is ready, and we are putting it into interministerial consultation very shortly. And it's our endeavor to introduce it in the second leg of the budget session, but let us see. I mean, we will have to get the comments from various ministries. In any case, the bill has been seen by the Ministry of Law, so it's in a very advanced stage.
Now, there was one issue where all bureaucrats spoke in union, and that was that civil servants acting in good faith need to be protected.
My concern is, apart from all this wonderful development of PPP models and dispute resolution and all the good stuff, what is happening to the amendment in POCA, the Prevention of Corruption Act? My concern is that all you heavy-hitting bureaucrats with all the right intentions don't get immunity based even on decisions which are well taken and which are proper due diligence is done. I'd request each one of you to give one-liner on what you think of this immunity. Should it be bought in ASAP before you really embark on this journey?
No, you are quite right. I entirely agree with you. Honest decisions need to be protected. We take decisions in a particular context. After a few years, looking in hindsight, you can question every decision, but I must mention that bona fide decisions taken in a particular context need to be protected. This issue has been raised by us with the government, and as you know, the bill is before the Parliament, and we do hope that the Parliament will see merit in the amendment proposal which the government has introduced in the Parliament and pass the bill very fast. Because if you want quick decisions, if you want bold decisions, if you want India to grow fast, some kind of protection to honest decisions are absolutely necessary. I entirely agree with you.
In fact, this is one of the key recommendations of the Kelkar committee as well. Let me ask you this, and I would appreciate all of you being honest. Today, when you actually decide to put your name down on a file, how worried are you? What are the thoughts that are going on in your head? Let me ask you that, Mr. Swaroop.
You know, let me tell you, there are 5 C's that inhibit quick decisions. They're the CBI, CVC, CAG, CIC, and court. But aadat kharab hai. One is used to taking decisions irrespective of what happens. And keep praying. God has been kind so far. I hope he continues to be kind.
Mr. Deepak, are you also hoping that God will continue to be kind?
I'm certainly doing that. But what makes me marvel at the Prevention of Corruption Act is that it has a section which makes us culpable if we take a decision which benefits anyone. Now, every decision that I take benefits someone or many people, hopefully the whole industry. So, in fact, it's lawyers like Mr. Luthra and the people like you who need to advocate that I should be culpable if I take decisions which do not help anyone. I mean, this is kind of way behind time. So I'm all for this amendment, and I hope it happens quickly.
Ma'am? Yeah, certainly we're all hoping that the amendment comes sooner rather than later. Having said that, I'll just flag 2 points. One is, I think, specifically as far as infrastructure projects are concerned, and in the context of the suggestion made by Mr. Kelkar, that we should move away from, project structuring on a unit basis to addressing a larger set of systemic issues as far as a sector is concerned. I think that is certainly going to also help in ensuring that, systemically the issues come down. And the third thing is, I think overall, much greater credibility needs to be built within the system, which is what I think we're all struggling to do. Okay, Mr. Chandra?
I'll put it simply, and this is what Mr. Luthra needs to translate into the suitable amendment, is to decriminalize any commercial decision-making which is done through a process which is established. So if it's a board decision or if it's a committee decision, decriminalize if it's a commercial decision.
All right, on to the other big exclusive. 7,000 villages will get electricity for the first time within the next 4 to 5 days. That's the word coming in from the Power and Coal Minister, Piyush Goyal. And while he does acknowledge that there's a lot of work left for his ministry to do, he says the focus will clearly be on plugging the loopholes in the southern grid.
Our efforts to take the transmission grid to South India have paid rich dividends. We've already expanded the transmission ability by about 71% to the southern grid in less than 18 months. That itself has brought down the prices which southern states used to pay by nearly 50 to 60% at an average, in some cases even as high as 80%. In the next 2.5 years, 2 years or so, we hope to further expand 80% on this new base. So we would have taken southern grid to 3x in the first 3 years of the Modi government. And by 2020, we hope to expand the transmission corridor to South India 5x and make it 18,000 megawatts.
Okay, so that is the infrastructure blueprint as scripted by all the top ministers. Time for a break on India Business Hour. But coming up, the government moves forward with the defense procurement policy. Details in just a bit.
Also coming up, a 60-mile journey to end a 90-year-long wait. Barack Obama becomes the first U.S. president to visit Cuba since 1928.
We're here at the International Bar Association's M&A conference, where top experts from around the world have gathered here in Mumbai to discuss the changing
Hello and welcome to India Business Hour Plus. Here are the other headlines that we are tracking for you today. Barack Obama becomes the first sitting U.S. president to visit Cuba in nearly 88 years, paving the way for better economic ties between the two countries.
Apple gears up to offer its usual spring refresh of its products. The tech giant is expected to update its iPhone, iPad lines and introduce new brands for the Apple Watch in some time from now.
Twitter celebrates 10 years of existence today, and despite the constant concerns about its future, the short messaging social media phenomenon certainly has a lot to celebrate. More on this coming up.
German luxury car maker Audi increases localization in India, set to now assemble 2 TDI engines in the country.
Well, India will have a new defense procurement policy in 10 days. The Defense Acquisition Panel, which is headed by the Defense Minister himself, Manohar Parrikar, has approved the policy today, and it will come into effect by the 1st of April. Ritu Bhuyan, who has been tracking that story and the sector very closely, is here with the details. Ritu, what are the basic features that have been introduced? We have the policy, yes, but the norms on the crucial strategic partnership clause will only be brought in later this year?
Absolutely. The DAC, that's the Defense Acquisition Council, gave its nod to the delayed, much delayed, DPP 2016. However, from what we understand, it will be now unveiled at the Defense Expo in Goa on 20th of March. And from what we have been told, it will have a new category for projects, that is the Indian designed, developed and manufactured products, and this category will get the topmost priority, which basically means that if any company designs, develops and manufactures a defense platform, that platform will get priority over all other platforms, including, of course, imported platforms. Not only that, we have also got to know that the new DPP will have fast-track acquisition norms in case of an emergency. For example, if there's a war and we need to procure arms, then in such a case, we'll have a fast-track acquisition process as far as defense platforms are concerned. As far as the important strategic partnership norms, well, there is still differences between the MOD, that is the Ministry of Defense, as well as the Defense Forces and corporate India regarding who will and how will this strategic partnership norms be formulated, and hence these strategic partnership norms will be done later this year. But the government insists that it wants to have at least one or two of these projects going on, and according to MOD, these strategic partnerships will be launched in 4 categories. Initially, these are basically for submarines, fighters, helicopters and ammunition projects, wherein corporate India will be able to partner with Government of India and have at least 15 to 20 years of assured supply as strategic partners. So it remains to be seen if the new DPP norms leads to more investments into the sector, especially foreign investments, because remember that even after the Modi government took over and reforms were made in this sector, the FDI inflows have been very, very insignificant. With that, it's back to you.
All right, Raghav, thank you so much for that. Here's M&M's SP Shukla on what this new policy will mean for the industry.
Wholeheartedly welcome the new policy. It has been in the making with the inputs from all stakeholders. The most welcome part of the policy is there is a special category of designed and developed in India, and that is golden news. What it means is not just assembly. If an Indian firm invests and spends money on design and development effort, develops a technology, develops its IPR, those projects will get preference over something which is purely imported and assembled. This is a welcome change. It is going to give a boost to investment in design and development by all Indian companies.
All right, moving on to a CNBC-TV18 exclusive. The much awaited and the much debated and delayed process of consolidation of public sector banks may begin next year. CNBC-TV18 has learned from sources that the government has communicated to banks the timeline for this consolidation even before the expert committee on banking M&A is actually set up. Ritu Singh joins in now with exclusive details on that development. Ritu, what are you picking up?
Consolidation of public sector banks has been the big theme this year. In the government's word, it will mark the 3rd phase of transformation of the public sector banks. And now we understand from our sources that the government has identified a timeline for this consolidation roadmap. What it has communicated to the banks is that by the end of September, October, at least one candidate for this merger will have to be identified. And by April, they want at least the process of this merger to start. So remember, there will be a weaker bank that will be merged with a larger bank or an anchor bank, and at the end of the exercise they want only 6 or 7 large merged banks to exist, which by the way will not mean that there will not be any small banks anymore. They will still exist, but of course their operations, we understand, will be severely restricted. They may not have a large corporate book and they will have to focus only on niche areas. Of course, going by the trend of capital infusion, you can identify the weaker banks that will be the likely candidates. Of course, the expert committee on M&A is yet to be formed by the government, but we understand that committee will work in close coordination with the Bank Board Bureau to lay out this roadmap, and the work on this has already begun.
All right, Ritu, thanks so much for that. Now, the government cutting small savings rates and increasing the frequency of reviewing the rate to quarterly from annually is expected to streamline the transmission of monetary policy rates by banks. But bankers say they may not have scope to cut rates too much too soon. CNBC-TV18's Alexander Matthew tells you why.
The government has paved the way for banks to toe the RBI's line when it comes to rate cuts. It has cut interest rates on small savings schemes, which bankers say compete with bank deposits. So should we expect banks to now cut rates further? Not really, say the bankers.
Rate cuts by the government was long overdue. The banks have already cut the rates for over a year and a half now. And as we have been commenting and mentioning, further cuts would have been a bit difficult with the government rates being pretty high.
However, some experts disagree. They believe banks will move faster to pass on lower rates to customers, especially when taken in conjunction with the new formula to calculate base rates that comes into effect from April. They argue that banks also have enough headroom to lower rates since the 125 basis point rate cuts announced by the RBI in 2015 were not fully passed on to consumers. But again, SBI's MD Kannan says it will take time.
I would say in 3 to 6 months' time, in stages, in different buckets, depending on how it is. But you must have also noticed that there is a general tightness in the liquidity in the market. Therefore, I think they may not be in a hurry to release the rates. But if the government starts spending and then there is adequate liquidity in the system, that will be a case for lowering of the rates.
Nevertheless, there is some hope that if the RBI in its April monetary policy review cuts rates by at least 25 basis points, banks may get a further nudge. But of course, all such effort will be limited by the need to put away cash to provide for the cleanup of bad loans. In Mumbai, Alexander Matthew.
All right, from banks to e-commerce, a committee on e-commerce set up by the Central Board of Direct Taxes or CBDT has proposed an equalization levy on specified digital services. Now, these largely include online marketing and advertising, cloud computing, digital platforms for sale of goods and services, and online use or download of softwares and applications. Only payments exceeding 1 lakh rupees made by an Indian to a non-resident enterprise will be covered by that very levy. In fact, on amounts exceeding that, a 6 to 8% levy is likely to be charged. But on to the big global story of the day. Barack Obama and his wife have done something which his predecessors may not have been able to do. At least for the past 88 years, the US president has touched down in the capital city of Cuba, that is Havana, and is indicative of the change in diplomatic ties between the two countries. CNBC's Phil Hahn sent this report earlier.
After 88 years, a U.S. president has finally touched down in Cuba. President Obama began his 3-day visit to the communist country and has already eased decades' worth of restrictions. The administration made it far easier for Americans to visit the island nation, allowing them to travel without a group. Cuban tourism operators are hoping for a boom in business. So far this year, already 161,000 Americans have traveled to Cuba, a 77% increase. Direct flights between the two countries don't even start until later this year, and airlines are already fighting over the routes. Americans will also be allowed to have fun with Cuban alcohol and cigarettes for the first time. They'll be able to bring back up to $400 worth of souvenirs, but only $100 worth of the famed Cuban cigars. During his trip, Obama is expected to announce plans for a number of U.S. companies to open in Cuba. And for Cubans, Havana said it would cut a 10% tax levied on people who use U.S. dollars. Cubans will also be allowed greater access to American banks and for them to sell their goods and services internationally. But although President Obama is trying to normalize economic and political relations between the two, he still can't end the embargo on Cuba. That would require approval from Congress, and that is something the Republican-controlled House just won't do.
All right, now Apple is gearing up for another big event on Monday as it prepares to offer its usual spring refresh of products. The company is expected to update its iPhone and iPad lines and also introduce new bands for the Apple Watch at its headquarters in California. Megha Vishwanath has more on what to expect from this much-awaited launch.
Apple is breaking away from its September launch cycle and is hosting an event on March 21st at its campus. What should we expect? Well, we'll tell you all about it. Overshadowing the Apple and FBI controversy was Apple's latest invite that says, "Let us loop you in." I'm sure the optimists are expecting the highly anticipated iPhone 7, but that's unlikely. So we reached out to the Apple team to get more dope. No harm trying, right? But all they said was, "Your guess is as good as ours." That's really helpful. So here's what we think Apple could unveil. Number 1, a smaller iPhone called the iPhone SE. In a world where a 5-inch smartphone was becoming the new normal, Apple is still holding on to the past, and the word on the street was that this phone was supposed to be called iPhone 5 SE. Well, because it might look a lot like the iPhone 5, but they've now decided to drop the 5 from the name. Basically, it might not be a bad idea to hold on to those really expensive iPhone 5 cases. Now there's something for all Apple lovers. The new iPhone SE would be a 4-inch display for those who are still in awe of their iPhone 5. There is, of course, the regular 4.7-inch iPhone 6s and the 5.5-inch iPhone 6s Plus for all you phablet lovers. In terms of specs, what we know so far is that the iPhone SE would pack in an 8-megapixel rear and a 1.2-megapixel front-facing camera along with the A9 processor. Some reports also suggest, or rather expect, the 3D touch feature on this device. So, from the looks of it, this pocket-sized phone will not be a budget device for sure. Why? Because Apple doesn't do cheap. Number 2, we're hoping to see a smaller iPad Pro. This will definitely be taller than the iPad mini, which has a 7.9-inch display, as the Pro version will pack in a 9.7-inch display. Too many numbers out there, I know. But we're expecting to see the same capabilities as the 12.9-inch iPad Pro version that's already out there in the market. So we are expecting to see 4 speakers, stylus support, and even a pumped-up A9X processor. Number 3, new Apple Watch bands. Hey, let's finally buy the smartwatch because they just introduced new watch bands. Said no one ever. Actually, I don't know. This might motivate your shopping instincts because different strokes for different folks, right? Now, what we really want to see is a new iWatch, but that's not coming to us anytime soon before September. So what we have to settle with is these watch bands, which are going to be launched in new designs and colors. We also hear that Apple just might launch an updated watchOS. Now, there may be other wildcards like an iOS update, but there's nothing out there that actually suggests that Apple might unveil the new MacBook or the OS X update. Of course, all this is still in the realm of speculation. Now, all we got to do is wait and watch.
Okay, we are waiting and watching. Has this triggered your shopping instincts, Surbhi?
No, I don't think
Do you want to
so.
watch the? You want to take the wristband and the watch it?
No, I'm okay. I'm kind of, all right with my old is gold philosophy.
Okay, as Surbhi mulls on that, we'll take a short break. Coming up, German luxury car maker Audi steps up its Make in India drive. Stay tuned for that story.
Welcome back. Monsoon is still a good 3 months away, but Maharashtra's Marathwada is staring in the face of one of the biggest water crises in recent decades. A law and order problem has arisen in the parched Marathwada region, threatening to snowball into social conflict. And amidst all this, the Maharashtra government has for the first time imposed Section 144 of the Indian Penal Code in Latur for 2 months, reasoning that there are law and order problems that are born out of the water crisis. Latur has been receiving water only once a month. The population of the city is 4.5 lakh, and a dam that had been supplying water to the city and adjoining rural areas has dried up 4 days ago.
Meanwhile, after protests by jewelers and their 18-day strike, as reported by CNBC-TV18 earlier, the government has constituted a sub-level committee to interact with trade and industry on tax laws. That committee will look into the proposed duty hikes on various jewellery products, and compliance issues will also be looked into, which is one of the big concerns raised by the jewelers, alleging that the Central Excise Department may hassle them unnecessarily.
The International Bar Association recently held a conference that brought together some of the world's leading practitioners to discuss the state of the M&A market globally and in India. Ayush Ailavadi and Rohit Bhatta caught up with some of the experts at that event to find out how the world is viewing India as an investment destination.
We're here at the International Bar Association's M&A conference, where top experts from around the world have gathered here in Mumbai to discuss the changing landscape of M&A in India and abroad. Let's find out what they have to say.
I think global M&A was very close to a peak in 2015. There were a lot of multi-billion-dollar transactions that you hadn't seen before, and it was probably the most pronounced peak since the financial crisis. As always, the question is, will it peter out or will it fall off a cliff? That's the global market. I think what has driven M&A activity around Western Europe and also the States was a pronounced outbound investment activity from China, which was very visible. Whereas in India, the time of asset purchases out of India, which were mainly in England, it's not that visible anymore now.
The world economy is looking more fragile, and there are issues such as China's slowdown, political uncertainties, such as the US election coming. As you know, we have our Brexit referendum, and that is making certain investment decisions ones that CEOs will say, I'll just wait and see. Maybe I won't take the plunge right now.
I think it's being perceived as that India is the next big opportunity. I mean, as we have heard in the conference today, I mean, there are always challenges in terms of complexity in the tax system, in the legal system, the court system. But I mean, it is if you weight that against or balance it against the opportunities that India offers, I think there will be more and more investments. There should be more investments out of Europe in general, and in particular from Iberia into India. So we had more clients asking us about investments or what the framework for investments in India is.
The growth rate, economic growth rate in India is high. The regulatory reforms are proceeding. There's not political turmoil as there is in some other of the large emerging market economies. Mr. Modi is highly regarded outside of India, and I think, as I said, there's great promise for what he will continue to achieve, the reforms he will continue to drive at the level of the bureaucracy and in legislation. And so I think great optimism, and India certainly working from a position of strength.
A position of strength may be, but that's not to say that foreign investors don't have their fair share of concerns about India.
If you speak to Western European entrepreneurs, they normally tell you that it's still easier to get a factory up and running in China or Malaysia or Indonesia than it would be in India, for many reasons. And what everybody is talking about here is the infrastructure gap, which is visible. I've been here for 12 years. It's an impressive country. It's a little bit like my second home, But I do see that if you compare it with China or other places in Southeast Asia, the growth is not as pronounced.
To jump in and criminalize or to jump in and legislate what is otherwise best practices in other parts of the world is not a wise way to go about it. So board evaluation, for example, is something that evolved as a practice to be able to answer class action suits for boards to say we evaluate ourselves. We write it into the law, and so everybody is following it. But does it mean the board evaluation has led to better governance? We need to question ourselves. So we do need to change the way we approach regulation with a view to attaining social good. Merely writing a law does not deliver social good.
One of the biggest challenges in M&A, forget about the finance, forget about tax, forget about other things, is cultural issue. Because cultural integration is another important part. So one will need to learn the art of managing M&A. Acquiring is one thing, making it successful is a different thing altogether.
So while practitioners around the world are viewing India as a ray of hope in an otherwise uncertain global economy, one thing's for sure, the Indian government must continue bringing in reforms that bolster growth and improve the ease of doing business. In Mumbai with Rohit Pathak, this is Ayush Alabadi.
All right, moving on to a CNBC-TV18 exclusive. The government's Make in India program has received yet another vote of confidence. German car maker Audi is driving down a road luxury car makers BMW and Mercedes-Benz have already taken an increasing localization in India. CNBC-TV18 Farah Vora reports.
These vehicles from German luxury car maker Audi stables are not fully made in India. Their engines are imported, as are their gearboxes and transmissions. But this is set to change by the end of 2016. CNBC-TV18 learns that by the year end, Audi's 2-litre diesel engine will be locally assembled by parent Volkswagen at its diesel engine assembly plant at Chakan near Pune. Confirming this story, the Volkswagen Group has clarified that there is a single assembly line that will be set up for the new 2-litre diesel engine. While the group has not confirmed which models will be fitted with this locally made engine, sources tell us it will be used in key models from Audi, Volkswagen and Skoda stables. These would include the Audi A4 and A6 sedans and compact luxury crossover SUV Q5, Volkswagen's Passat, Jetta and the compact crossover Tiguan TDI, and Skoda's Octavia, Superb and the next generation SUV Vision S.
Well, this is really a big deal for Audi India as it is looking to regain the top spot in the Indian luxury car market, which it lost out to rival Mercedes-Benz in 2015. So in 2015, while Mercedes-Benz sold 13,502 units in the Indian car market, Audi India sold 11,192 units. So now with the help of this locally assembled engine, Audi is really hoping to play the price card in this market, which is not only fiercely competitive but also very price sensitive. This locally assembled engine will help Audi in bringing down costs by paring down its import duty bill anywhere between 10 to 30%, and this in turn will help it in bringing down the price of its vehicles.
Audi is also banking on this locally assembled engine to speed up its manufacturing process, thereby cutting down the waiting periods on its cars significantly. In Mumbai, Farah Vora.
And that's all we have on tonight's edition of India Business Hour. Thank you so much for watching.
And have a lovely night ahead.
कौन नहीं आ रहा है रुको मैंने ये यस हाय 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
Good evening and welcome to The Big Picture. This is the start of the week. On to our big spotlight for this evening. The White House has announced the restoration of diplomatic ties with Cuba way back in July 2015, a move that since then has culminated in the US President Barack Obama's visit to Cuba today. So far, the countries have seen the opening up of embassies and loosening of trade and travel restrictions. We will see how many more wrinkles can be ironed out during Barack Obama's 3-day visit, and if at all, they'll be able to forget history and script a new relationship. We'll get you all those highlights from Cuba in a few minutes from now. I'm Ranajay Banerjee, and The Big Picture starts now.
Now just imagine the railways, you get 7 billion people a year who travel by the railways, their footfall, their eyeballs. Is it not something which is actually a captive audience which can be converted into money? Also the data that they generate, and that data itself can be monetized.
Monetizing both non-core assets and customer data top the agenda for Railway Minister Suresh Prabhu. He says private capital is welcome, but privatization not so much.
Before end of 26 March, there will be no pendency as far as the road stall projects are concerned.
All stall road projects will be up and running when the Modi government completes 2 years in office, says Minister Nitin Gadkari. Adds that funding is simply not a problem anymore. The government moves forward with the defense procurement policy with a focus on fast-tracking acquisitions, relaxes the blacklisting norm, says that the government will unveil the full policy on the 28th of this month. The government sets a clear timeline for consolidation in the public sector banks, wants at least one merger to be identified within the next 6 months. That's an exclusive. Good evening and welcome to The Big Picture. Before we get you the big story from Cuba, let's take a look at how the indices are trading on Wall Street. Like always, I'm joined by Bertha Coombs, who's standing by live in New York. Hi, Bertha. Seems a pretty flat start to the week.
Yeah, a fairly slack start. We have stocks today, either side of unchanged, no real movement to speak of. You know, it's interesting. Some folks are talking about the fact that we are moving into the blackout period here as we look towards earnings period. This is a time when companies can no longer dip in and buy back their stocks. They have to wait until after their earnings reports to do so. And so that means you won't have that underlying bid, perhaps, according to some, should something happen. A lot of folks talking about the technicalities, the big moves that we've seen, the big bounce back that we have seen in the indices, and whether we'll see another sort of failure and pullback as we saw last fall. That said, we did have a negative data point this morning. Existing home sales fell 7% last month. That was a lot less, a lot worse than was expected as the interest rate environment continues to be uncertain for some folks and prices just continue to get too high. Big merger Monday. You've got Starwood Hotels. Last week, they told Marriott, we're going to take Anbang's bid because it's better than yours. This morning, they said, nope, we're going to go ahead with Marriott. Marriott coming back with a sweetened bid that topped $13.5 billion. Very busy weekend for those Starwood executives. They signed a deal in Cuba, as they were among the executives, along with President Obama, to run 3 hotels, 3 of them in Havana, including the famed Hotel Inglaterra. My family's from Cuba, Ranajay, so I'm a little familiar with the territory there. IHS Markit, the 2 research firms, say they are merging in a merger of equals. It'll give them a market capitalization of about $13 billion. And the paint sellers, Sherwin-Williams and Valspar, are merging in a deal that's worth more than $11 billion. Biotech today is about the only thing that is seeing some momentum, some of that coming from Valiant Pharmaceuticals. Huge soap opera going on there. The upshot is the CEO is out. You'll recall he had just come back from medical leave, but after the stock dropped some 50% in one day last week, the board has decided to oust him. We are told that it is not a mutual decision. The CFO, meantime, had stepped down as CFO. He remains on the board. the company issued a statement saying that there were issues about an audit, issues about reporting. The CFO contests that. He says at this point he is not going to step down from the board, in spite of the fact that they have asked him to do so. Bill Ackman is going to take a seat on the board. Meantime, the clock is ticking. The company needs to file its regulatory filings by March 30th, or else it will be in default of some covenants. So still pressure on there, on Valiant, but perhaps a way forward as they look for a new leader. Finally, big week for Apple as well. Today, of course, in a matter of hours, the company is going to be unveiling its new products, widely expected to be a revamped, smaller form factor iPhone, sort of the iPhone 5 with all of the bells and whistles of the 6 and 6S. Also a smaller iPad Pro on the old iPad format. In a sense, if you want all the new bells and whistles, you can have it in a smaller format or a bigger format. Seems to be what Apple is saying. But meantime, the Supreme Court has decided to take up Samsung's appeal of its major $500,000 damages on the long-running patent case to Apple. Of course, tomorrow we're going to see Apple versus the FBI. That case is headed to court. So a lot of Apple news to be watching in the headlines. Meantime, Apple having a spectacular month, up more than 10% this month. Run and Joy, back to you.
Thanks so very much for that, Bertha. Well, let's just focus now to our spotlight, and that is coming from the United States. President Barack Obama has become the first president to visit neighboring Cuba in 88 years, definitely ending a half-century of estrangement in a dramatic personal demonstration of his core foreign policy principles of engaging America's enemies. Obama, along with wife Michelle and daughters Sasha and Malaya, are on their 3-day trip to Cuba. America's first couple's first stop was at the United States Embassy in Havana. Obama told the employees of the embassy that it was a historic opportunity to engage directly with the Cuban people and to forge new agreements and commercial deals. Meanwhile, Che Guevara's son, remember Che Guevara was this Bavarian revolutionary who, of course, played a very, very important role in Cuba's revolution. His son, Camilo Guevara, welcomed Obama's visit to Cuba, albeit with some caution. He told the Guardian newspaper in a brief interview, and I quote him now, "It's a historic and very important visit. It's the first time a U.S. president will visit an independent Cuba, but the U.S. is an empire. Their nature is not to set the table and invite you for a feast. History shows us that every time they set a table, you have to accept you might be poisoned or stabbed in the back. But let's see." End quote. Meanwhile, CNBC's chief international correspondent, Michelle Caruso Cabrera, is in Havana. She brings us up to speed with all the latest developments so far.
This country, Cuba, is transfixed as well. This is being broadcast on national television, and everyone is quite astounded to see a standing U.S. president here. President Obama shaking hands with Raul Castro is an event that I'm not sure anybody really believed would happen in their lifetime, but certainly it's happened. It's taken longer than the president had wanted. If you remember, it was December of actually 2014 when the announcement came, and went through all of 15, and now we're into 16 before we finally gotten to this point. It took a lot longer for them to establish diplomatic relations than expected because the Cubans were very demanding in what they wanted out of the U.S. administration, and they would still, to this day, Carl, in the last couple of days, they've been saying we want the embargo lifted and the president could do even more, but certainly he is receiving a very warm welcome here, not just from the government, but also from the people of Cuba.
And among the business leaders joining the first White House visit since the revolution were executives from the hotel giants Marriott and Starwood, who are jostling to open hotels, and Airbnb, which has already found private rooms for 13,000 Americans. Let's hear out Xerox CEO Ursula Burns. She spoke to CNBC in Havana a short while back.
The challenge is going to be conditions. Conditions under which foreign direct investment and the Cuban way of life and the Cuban government's view of the way of life can get together. And if that is reasonable for both sides, I think that we'll see trade increase. If not, it just won't. And there are rules that have to be worked. First of all, an embargo has to be lifted in order for us to have more access to the markets. But there are also infrastructure elements here that absolutely need to be improved. There are currency rules that have to be improved. There are worker rules that have to be improved. So there's so much that has to be done to have full bilateral trade happening.
No wonder there's so much of business interest, because remember, the embargo that the America put on Cuba goes back to October 1960. In fact, since then, 11 presidents have reaffirmed that embargo, which includes 6 Republicans and 5 Democrats. So we don't know how it's going to turn out. Remember, one of the issues that America had raised with Cuba and said that they will go back and they will lift the sanctions was if Cuba were to have free and fair elections, sans without the Castros. Raul Castro has in fact also said in the past that he will retire by 2018. So clearly, winds of change blowing. It's time for a break now here on the Big Picture at 10. But coming up on the other side, the big news from Apple as it gears up to present its spring collection. A detailed preview when we come back. Welcome back. Apple is breaking away from its usual trend of launching products in September, as it is expected to unveil its new iPhone SE and iPad models in a short while from now. What should we expect from the new launches? CNBC's John Ford gives us a preview.
This is the iPhone 6s. This is the iPhone 5. What we expect to get today is a little bit more like the iPhone 5. The latest rumors out are that there won't be many design changes to this, but the internals totally different. An updated A9, perhaps even A9X chip, a better camera on the back. Question is, price. Will this be close to $450? If so, that's a breakthrough price for a phone, an iPhone with new internals. Also, what will this do to the resale market for older phones? iPhone users are used to being able to get good prices on their phones, even if they're 1 or 2 years old. If Apple's selling a new phone for $200 less, how much will that change? And then there's the iPad. This is a device that has not been selling as well as Apple and many others have hoped. It's about 10% perhaps of Apple's revenue. The iPad Pro, which came out at the end of last year, has not blown the doors off in terms of sales. This is a smaller version of the iPad Pro, really the full-size iPad with many of those features. How will that be priced? What kind of accessories perhaps will come with it? All of those are questions. Will it do anything to perhaps accelerate iPad sales? Remember, Tim Cook had said he expected the iPad to overtake the PC in terms of popularity, in terms of volume. That doesn't seem to be in the cards anytime soon unless something dramatic changes. So, of course, that's what we'll be looking out for here. And always, this Apple versus FBI case lingers over all this. We'll see what, if anything, Apple says about that. Back to you.
Meanwhile, Twitter turned 10 today. While it might be celebrating at the moment, there are, however, some sobering facts to contend with. A 65% drop in its share price in the last year, discontent from Wall Street and concerns over whether it can continue to add users. While revenue growth for Twitter's 2015 fiscal year was strong at $2.2 billion, making it a 58% year-on-year rise, monthly active users in its fourth quarter were 320 million, remaining flat on the previous quarter. Adding to the problems is its advertising revenue growth, which is forecast to fall from 45% this year to 35% in the next 2 years. We're going to take another break here on The Big Picture, but on the other side, top ministers and bureaucrats come under one roof to answer questions from India Inc. and our viewers. Details when we come back. Welcome back. Top ministers with infrastructure portfolios gathered under one roof to answer questions from India Inc. and you, the viewer. This is the second edition of the CNBC-TV18 and Mint budget verdict. Let's start with Roads Minister Nitin Gadkari, who promised that there will be no stalled projects when the Modi government completes 2 years in office on the 26th of May.
You said that by the 26th of March this year, there will be no stalled road projects?
No, 26th May.
26th May.
Actually, the first was my target was up to end of March. But I feel difficult because there are 11 projects we are facing some crucial issues. But today we have taken decision in NHAI meeting to complete this issue and solve this problem up to 26th May.
So by the 26th of May, there will be no stalled projects in the road sector?
And I will give everything in black and white. I will give the list of the project, whatever the contractor finalize. I will give everything, and you can ask me, the people can ask me about any NHAI project in a stall project, ask me. I will give the answer for that.
Meanwhile, Railway Minister Suresh Prabhu said that the government has begun the process of monetizing railways land, but it will take some time before it can yield the desired results. In fact, Suresh Prabhu said this. Let's listen in to what else he had to say.
When can we start to see, for instance, the first land monetization go through?
You know, we already issued the first tender for Habibganj, already on. This is the development will start. So, you know, it's not, first of all, we have to follow all the systems. Development of railway station is a very complex activity because the railway is also going to run on the ground, already going to function there. It is already congested area, and that's why this railway station need to be redeveloped. But because it is congested, it puts also more difficulty. Obtaining license, permission, it's not easy. But all of that we are trying to put in place. We have paid a new system, but first is already issued. 3 more already in the offing. So this is already made the beginning. But to put it on a higher scale, we are trying to do 3 or 4 things. One, also ask the state governments whom with we have signed a already joint venture agreement, they could also become partner for development of the railway station so that the local permission will be easier. Number 2, we are also trying to get government to government. There are certain countries like Japan, Korea, etc. evince interest. So we can think about government to government. We are also giving 4 stations for development through a PSU so that they can be started the work very soon because there could be a little more flexibility in dealing with that. So that again is a route we are taking. In addition to this, the PPP model wherein we are putting everything on the website, that exercise also has started. So all put together, I think it cannot happen in 1 year, but definitely the process already started.
And it wasn't just the ministers who faced some tough questions. The Steel Secretary was also present, and she took some questions as well.
There are other proposals where we're looking at bringing in financial investors who can hold some of the stakes for a period of time, and then if the companies come back to health, then they can disinvest. We're also looking at bringing in certain external investors, international investors, who could pump in some fresh equity into these companies.
But has there been any interest that's been shown by either domestic financial investors or foreign financial investors?
Yes. Actually, there has been a fair degree of interest, particularly from international investors.
By when can we expect closure, some sort of an announcement as far as this financial package is concerned? Ma'am, where are things currently stuck?
Well, I won't be able to put a definite time frame to it because, as you know, a lot of discussions have to go on. There's a lot of restructuring that has to be done. But, within the next 2 months is what we are hoping.
There you have it, the State Secretary saying that within the next 2 months, the broad contours of the financial package, which will be some sort of a bailout package to help the stressed steel industry, will be known. And that's going to come as a big relief to that sector. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture at 10. Thanks so very much for watching. News and updates continue. Good night.